Good morning, good day, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Thank you for joining today our finals for Secur'IT Cup competition 2022, held by Kaspersky annually for already fifth time. So today we have some kind of a small anniversary. My name is Evgenia Ruskich. I'm leading a team of academic affairs at Kaspersky, and I will be your host for today. So today is our finals for the competition. We received more than 1,500 applications for the competition from 30 countries, and we'll have 10 teams pitching today in the finals from Singapore, Russia, Kuwait, Egypt, and Kenya. So before we start with the pitches, the important thing for us to do is to introduce our jury for today. So let me introduce. First of all, Елизавета Kalinchuk, Innovation Ecosystem Manager at Kaspersky. Lisa, hi. Then, the second, Emil Tan, COO at Red Alpha Cybersecurity and co-founder of Division Zero. Hello, Emil. Dmitry Galov, Senior Security Researcher at Kaspersky Great Team. And actually, Dmitry is our jury member for 5 years in a row. Hi, Dima. Moaraz Salah, CEO and co-founder of Cyber Talents. Hello, Moaraz.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, good, thanks. Thanks for replying to me. And you?
Yeah, thank you.
I hope you're also good. So, our next jury member, Dr. Weian Goh, Assistant Professor at Singapore Institute of Technology. Hello, Weian.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, thanks. Hope you're too. It's really bright at your side. Isn't it evening already?
No, I'm in London right now.
Oh, okay. So good afternoon to you. Next jury member, Dmitry Romanov, Senior Business Development Manager at Kaspersky. Dmitry, hi.
Yeah, hi everybody. So I'm very excited and waiting for starting.
As well as I am. And last but not the least, the chair of our today jury board, Igor Kuznetsov, Chief Security Researcher and head of EMEA Research Center, Great Team Kaspersky. Hi, Igor.
Hi, how are you?
I'm actually great and really eager to listen to the pitches of the teams. And you?
I'm looking forward. I've seen all the abstracts, really looking forward to hearing all the pitches.
Great, thank you very much. And hopefully we'll have a very tight competition today and really interesting outcomes. So now that we're familiar with the list of our jury members for the finals, let me show you the agenda for today. So currently we're at the introduction stage. I actually need to mention that the shuttle here is provided in UTC time zone, so please carefully convert to your own time zone. And we'll have 3 sections of pitches today. In the first section of pitches, we'll see the teams OVO, Pet Project, and UDO. After that, we'll have a break for the quiz when our listeners today would be able to win some prizes for Kaspersky from Kaspersky if they're lucky enough. Then we'll have a second section of pitches with Team Bunk, Maya and AI, and Think Like a Cheater, Act Like a Cheater. Then there would be a second break for a quiz for our judges to have a little rest. And the third section of pitches with 4 teams presenting. No Hats, Cyberville, The Cracker, and Winners. After that, in our live stream, there would be a lecture by a colleague of mine, Alexander Vinavsky, who is actually the evangelist for cyber immunity. And he will talk to you about cyber immunity, reality or utopia. Meanwhile, judges would be discussing on the winners. And then we will announce the winners. So hopefully today we'll finish by 3 p.m. UTC, maybe even earlier. And before we proceed to the pitches part, I want to also make an announcement that this year we've introduced the People's Choice Award or the Audience Award. And every listener whom we have today in our live stream would be able to select the team they like the most. In order to vote for the team, you need to follow the QR code, which you currently have on the screen, or to follow the link, which my colleagues will provide you in the chat. While following the link, you will be redirected to a bot where you would be able to select one of the teams. Each of you would be able to make a selection only once. So I advise you to listen to the pitches and select the team you would like the most. This QR code and the link will be showing several times throughout the live stream. So don't be afraid to miss it. We will show it again. Okay, now I think that we're over with the introduction part and we may proceed to the actual competition. I'm happy to announce the beginning of the first part of the pitches and our first team. And the first team is Team OVO from Singapore University of Technology and Design with their project OTCA. Team members are Ivorine, Kelly Chong, Vanara Lim, Marcus Chow, and Min Hui Liu. And the track is Family Care. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How are you doing today?
Hello, we're doing well.
That is great. I thought you would be better than well. I hope you would be better than well by the end of the day today.
Hopefully.
Are you ready to pitch?
Yes, we are.
In that case, the stage is yours. Please start your presentation. I remind you that you will have 8 minutes for the presentation itself and then 5 minutes for the Q&A part.
Okay, thank you. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Marcus, and I'm here to present my team's project. So first, allow me to talk about the problem which we're tackling. Our problem is one which is a symptom of issues at both macro and micro levels. Our macro level problem is phishing. Phishing scams often involve scammers impersonating government or bank authorities with the aim of retrieving personal details which allow them to steal money. In 2022, phishing fell amongst the top 10 scam types in Singapore. According to an article by the Straits Times, both the number of reported cases and total amount of money cheated has increased since 2021. Our micro-level problem is the cluttering of bank notifications. The average consumer has 3 or more bank accounts, and managing the notifications related to each of them can really become a chore. Email, SMS, and app clutter from several separate banks makes it hard to verify the validity of the sender and identify urgent messages such as phishing scam alerts and irregular bank activity alerts. These macro and micro problems contribute to form our overall problem statement, which is that it's becoming increasingly difficult to monitor and trust notifications and updates from banks. This leads us to our overall problem statement, which is how might we reduce the amount of successful bank-related scams and increase awareness amongst users? Our solution is OTCA, a centralized notification app for banks, which provides a proactive solution to these bank-related scams. I'll now play a video of a quick product demonstration so that you're able to better understand OTCA's functionality.
Hi, I'm Vanera. This is how we envision OTCA might look like, as well as its core features. First, to use OTCA, our user Kelly will need to sign into our OTCA account. This allows Kelly to continue to leverage OTCA even if she owns multiple devices. In the home page, Kelly can immediately see any important messages. This may be an OTP code she just requested, or alerts of suspicious logging activities, as she would via SMS or a bank app. If Kelly has multiple bank accounts, she can add her bank account. This leads us to our first core features, that is, allowing users to get verified messages from multiple bank accounts in a single app. Our second core feature allows Kelly to look at the history of notifications she has received, just like a mailbox. Such a track record provides a basis to track suspicious activities and logins. Of course, banking is an extremely personal matter, but sometimes it helps to have another pair of eyes to keep track. Our third core features allow OTCA users to link up as a group. Couples or families can join together as a group. Here, we will send a request to a new Autka user to join our group. Once accepted, the user will show up in our group, in this case the Chan family. Members have the option to see alerts from other members' accounts. In urgent times, like a major breach, members can help to notify the victim who may be unaware.
So Autka is more than just a simple app. It requires collaboration between different key parties in order to realize. Therefore, a large part in understanding our route to implementation is understanding the key partners which we intend to work with and the gains which we will bring to our stakeholders. Therefore, to implement Autka, we plan to work together with Singapore Police Force's Anti-Scam Command, or ASCOM. ASCOM is a command within the Singapore Police Force which aims to focus on upstream interventions to disrupt scammers' operations and leverage technology to strengthen its sense-making capabilities. As such, the goals of Autka align with their goals. In addition to this, the centralization of OTP data could potentially aid ASCOM in their scam fighting efforts. ASCOM has worked with major banks such as DBS, OCBC, and UOB, and they continue to collaborate with the Monetary Authority of Singapore in their efforts. It's important for us to work together with banks and government authorities to implement Autka. As such, we believe that ASCOM would be an ideal partner for further development. Another key partner which we can work with is Open Government Products, or OGP. OGP is a development group working under the Singapore government to actively prototype and evangelize ideas to push for change and work around and through bureaucracy. They've worked on a number of anti-scam applications in the past, such as Scam Shield and 4.sg, in collaboration with other public organizations, such as the Singapore Police Force. Moving on to gains for stakeholders, one of the main ones are major banks. So from a bank's perspective, reducing the number of phishing scams reduces the amount of resources they need to assist in helping them to resolve these scams. Autka aims to assist banks in reducing the number of phishing scams by providing a verified channel of communication between the bank and the consumer. Another stakeholder which we intend to provide value to is the Monetary Authority of Singapore. The MAS's goal has always been to promote sustained economic development. Phishing scams and bank-related issues can tarnish investor trust, and by preventing these scams, Autka will assist in creating a safer environment for economic development to occur. Finally, there are the consumers who will use the app and find that it is a simpler way to check notifications and OTPs from the various banks. Autka also ensures a certain level of trust for the relevant bank communication. So up till this point, we've explained how we intend to implement Autka in Singapore. But why Singapore? Beyond being the country which we understand the environment and consumers the best, Singapore is ideal for Autka due to it being a smaller country, translating to a smaller market with increased logistical feasibility. Singapore is also a nation that heavily relies on technology and integrates technology into centralized tools like SingPass and Health Hub for its citizens. This said, in the future, we hope to expand Autka services to other countries. We foresee countries with heavy use of technology, as well as pre-existing centralized government systems, ideal for Autka implementation. Countries like Japan that are pushing for citizen uptake of digital IDs with links to medical insurance and licenses, and Indonesia with apps for citizens similar to Singapore's Health Hub. Before we conclude, there's one more thing which we want to mention. Autka opens the door for data-driven solutions. The centralization of data to a government-linked source creates access to government developers such as OGP to create new innovative solutions. One example of this is using the centralized OTP data from Autka to train an AI model which can detect unusual OTP request activity and flag it out to the user. Solutions like these require massive amounts of consolidated data, and we believe that Autka can provide this to the benefit of the government and other government-related organizations. In conclusion, Autka is a centralized notification app for banks which provides solutions to our key stakeholders. Through it, Singapore is better equipped to deal with bank-related scams in a proactive manner. Thank you for listening to our presentation.
Marcus, thank you very much for your pitch. And I guess now we have the time for the jury questions. Before we start with the questions, I want to also introduce Alina Tan, the Enterprise Security Manager at Dyson, who joined us just now. But she already heard your pitch, so she may also ask you the questions. Hi, Alina.
Hi, Eugene. Good to see you again.
Yeah, happy to see you as well. So, dear jury members, please, your questions. Any
So
volunteers?
I can start with the first question.
Yes.
So my question to you is that what is the status of the app now? Do you have a prototype or it's already live in the market? What is the status of the app?
So right now, our app is still in the prototyping stage. What we just showed just now, in order to let the presentation go better, is basically a Figma prototype. So it's such that everything is ironed out smoothly because we wanted to focus on basically the goals
Please,
behind our
the
app.
voice is not clear. Sorry, the voice is not that clear. Can you repeat?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. So currently, we for the presentation purposes of the presentation, we use the Figma prototype in order to demonstrate how the app would work. So, like, because we wanted to put the emphasis on basically the design goals behind it and the potential applications that app would have.
Okay. So it's just a prototype for now.
Yeah.
Any more questions? Lisa, please.
I have a question. What would you consider the highest risks for your application business-wise? Like 1, 2, maybe highest. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think that's a great question. I think one of the key things that we really have to consider is how likely the partners are to work with us. So things like I mentioned, like different stakeholders like major banks, I think it requires a lot of collaboration because ultimately what OTCA really is sort of a paradigm shift as to how we get messages from authorities like banks to people. So our value proposition for them has to be strong enough in order for them to want to be able to work with us. I think on top of that, having key government stakeholders work with us as well is very important. So things like organizations like the SPF, I think the value proposition has to be there for them. And as to how far I think we can come to getting these sort of things done, I think it really is feasible for us to go through channels such as open government products who are very open to developing new things to start testing out different feasibilities. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question security-wise. Basically, you are going to channel all the OTPs from different banks through your own system, and that makes your system the best point for entry for intruders. Basically, if you compromise your app, you get the keys to all the banks the user has. How do you plan to secure that part in your idea?
Right. So I think that this is a very important question we had to answer when coming up with this idea. And the conclusion that we came to was that we have trust in the government, especially, so we're looking from a Singapore context. Things like healthcare data and personal data are managed by the government. And there are similar mechanisms in place, such as SingPass or Health Hub, which manage specifically those types of personal data. So these are encrypted by basically the government tech team. And we realized that the cybersecurity field is just a consistently changing field. And we believe that the government in the countries which we intend to implement OTCA in would have a strong enough team in order to ensure that encryption is strong enough to prevent against hackers from the single point of failure, as you've mentioned.
Sorry if I can ask another question if any of the judges don't have mind. So
yeah, I guess we have some more time for that.
Yeah. So you didn't mention anything about the business model of that, and especially when you mentioned now for the government. So do you plan to do this like a project for the government so that they do all the security part, or how's the business model is think for this?
So when it comes to a business model, I think we didn't think too particularly in terms of like a private business, because this is very much like a government affair. So similar to how there are many government applications which help to centralize certain other things like health data, there isn't really a business model. It's more of whether or not enough value can be provided for such a application or such a process to make sense. So we approached it from a value perspective for citizens of a country, as opposed to like a business model perspective for the requirements of a business. Yeah.
And one question from my side, if I can. So did you investigate market at all, Singaporean? Yeah, and what about potential geo expansion? So what do you think about scalability of your project?
Right. So although we did mainly look at Singapore, I think I did mention in my presentation, there are a few key factors that we really want to look for in terms of if we want to scale this to another country, because it is very much dependent on the government body and the technological capabilities of that country. So the two main points which I want to bring up are, first of all, the technological feasibility and whether or not there is a centralized government. So I think when it comes to scalability, these are the two key things that we would look at for a country. And we came to the conclusion that countries like Japan and Indonesia still somewhat fulfill these criteria. We do, however, believe that in order to get something like this off the ground, Singapore is a great place for us to first attempt to launch something like this.
Clear. Thanks.
Thank you. It looks like our judges at the moment are out of questions. So Team Obo, thank you very much for your presentation. And I wish you good luck with the results that you have today.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah. Further proceeding to the next team that is going to pitch. The next team consists of one person whose name is Maria, and her project is Solution for Breeders and Volunteers. Maria is from Bauman State Technical University, and her project is called Pet Project. Actually, this one is a Telegram chatbot, a solution for breeders and volunteers that aims to help volunteers to find new people for the pets that they're curating. So while we are waiting for Maria to connect, I need also to mention that this project is a part of a special nomination, Family Care, which actually also participates in the main competition, but it's dedicated to a separate special nomination where we have additional prize of $3,000. So Maria, are you ready? Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Good afternoon. And I'm ready.
That is great. In that case, the floor is yours. I remind you that you have 8 minutes for your pitch. Please start your presentation.
Okay, thank you. And as well, good afternoon. My name is Maria, and this is my project in special nomination Family Care. And I have two ideas in my project. I have two tasks in my project. First task is check potential pet owner, and why is it important? And why is it important for me? Because this year I asked a volunteer about help for me. I wanna find a new pet owner to this cat. I find these pictures when I find it, and these pictures when volunteer helped me. Of course, volunteer helped me, and volunteer told me about big problem. This problem finding a new potential pet owner because it may be dangerous, and of course they do a big interview previously, and I think it problem interesting not only volunteers. I think it interesting for breeders too. But I think for breeders interesting, and my second task, the task track the fat. Track the fat of the pets. But it after find a new owners. For example, health of the pets. But today I will speak general about my first task. Now it chatbot for Telegram is next function. For first task, working with working with database, but now it working some now it working some otherwise, and working with interview with the help of the robot. And this functionality for my second task, I think it will development in future. Illustration work in my program now. How it working now? First, it a block diagram. First, it a user request, and now it 4 case. After it maybe more case and functions. All functions working with all case, and these functions working with questionnaire. It only for new pet owner, because this pet owner conduct an interview, and all case working with all function working with all case. But after I will show one case and one function. This is screenshot of my prototype, pictures, username, and welcome message. And after I will show a small video with working my prototype. Now it code on C#. C# is not my general language. Usually I coding on C++, but I compare tools to connect with chatbot and understand that connect with C# tools more comfort, and of course understand the logic and write the code. My chatbot. Let's start. First, it work with text message. Now I haven't worked with database, but we will see who text for me this. And next, it working with photo. And of course, if you want to start dialogue with photo, with send a photo, it will be working too. Next, it working with questionnaire after message. And for example, now it TXT doc after maybe HTML page and after it working with document, and I sent a photo like a document. And this download to my desktop. And of course, if you want to start the dialogue with document, it working too like a photo. And this and this gets on this and this and these pictures. It gets a search home now, and this document download to my desktop. Illustration block diagram with my next steps, with all my idea. Started with user request, working with user request, and working with database, work with interview, questionnaire after find a new pet owner, and questionnaire about health, for example. And this slide with my next steps for it works with database. For my second task, development of automatic reminders and expanding opportunities. It connecting with other messengers And for example, monitor a pet if it's transferred to a new owner. No, it for my second task. That's all.
Maria, thank you very much for your pitch. And I guess that now we're ready for questions from the jury.
Okay.
Hello.
Dmitry, yeah, please.
Yeah. So thanks a lot. I'm not an expert in cats or dogs, but I briefly Googled what is out there in the wild, and it looks like this is like Telegram bot is useful. I admit that, but it looks like this is a combination of two things. The first thing is that different shelters for pets, for like working with volunteers or with people who want to take a dog or a cat, whatever, they're already having their websites with information about those pets. And they also, some of them have Telegram bots. And the second one, when you're speaking about the breeders and people who are like working with the pets and want to keep track of them, they already have like international like databases with official information with all the like genealogy, or how to say that for not for people I don't know, like the tree of whom have gone where and whatever. So like, do you understand it? So like, what is the use of collaborating that two things together if they already exist, and why did you choose Telegram for that?
Maria, could you understand the question?
I listen very bad.
Oh yeah, Dmitry, your sound connection is not perfect, so let me repeat the last part. So actually the question, there are two questions. What is the benefits of combining the breeders and the people who would potentially want to get a pet in that exact way? And the second, why did you choose Telegram bots as a solution for this case?
For the second question, Telegram bots, because I understand the tools with Connect on C#, after it may be for other messengers, and I think it will be interesting for me too. And if we speak about benefits for people who, I apologize, benefits for people who want a new pet, and
yeah, Dmitry, was your question about why did Maria decide to connect the breeders directly to the owners, or what?
It looks like that you're trying to solve two different things. The first one is volunteers and people who want to help people in the shelters, for example. Not people, sorry, pets in the shelters. And the second one is the breeders who want to keep track of the pets that they've been working with. So these are like, it looks like probably for me from the presentation that you are trying to solve two very different topics, two very different problems in one solution.
Two different tasks two tasks for volunteers and for breeders, because all these people I think want to search to find good people who will be a new pet owner. And if we will speak about my second task, it may be development in future, because it another task in it a solution after if you find a new pet owner. And now working with animal with pet very important, because pets live in families, and all people and a lot of people think about pet, and working with health pet and working with playing, and other things.
Okay, thank you, Maria. Any other questions your members might have?
And for breeders, and for breeders it would because breeders take money, and I think they want now about health is that have the problem in future.
Okay, thank you. In case our jury members don't have any questions anymore and we still have 1 minute for the questions, I'd like to ask one. A good friend of mine is actually one of the people who try to find shelter for the rats that were accidentally found in the streets. So do you plan to limit the bot's application only to cats and dogs, or maybe you plan to do it a bit wider and also include other animals?
I started my application with only for cats because I think about it, but after I think about dog too, why not? And after maybe
it would be the time for rats, I see.
Why not?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Maria, for your pitch, and dear jury members, thank you for the questions. Let's then proceed to the third pitch, the last one in this section. And the third team who is going to present today is from National University of Singapore, and their project is named UDO. The team is named UDO, sorry, and the name of the project is PassSecBot. Before the team gets connected, let me tell you briefly about what their project is about. The team actually wanted to create a scalable and efficient mobile solution to help encourage better password security within a short span of time. So this idea led them to the creation of a PassSecBot, another Telegram bot actually, that allows users to check the password strength, check the presence of the given password in existing data breaches, and auto-generate secure passwords for the inspiration of the users, the parts I actually love the most. So the team is ready to pitch. Chan Yu Tsang and Shu Wen Chan, hello.
Hi, everyone.
Great. Are you ready to pitch?
Yes, we are ready.
Perfect. In that case, the floor is yours. You have your 8 minutes. Please start the presentation.
Hi, everyone. We are Team Yodo from Singapore. And here we are presenting our Telegram bot, which is PassSecBot, which seeks to encourage better password security in the form of a mobile tool on Telegram.
So why did we choose Telegram as the platform for our project? So first of all, the ease of accessibility and mobile friendly. And secondly, most of our peers and us have Telegram, and there's no need to download additional applications to gain access to our project. And lastly, it's easy to add features or functions without a large amount of revisions.
So why did we choose to start on a project regarding password strength checking and security? Whenever we are ideating passwords for new registrations, such as accessing online services or going through new websites, it is a pain for us to having to constantly try to brute force our way to come up with a password that is secure as determined by the programmers of the website. However, we do not necessarily know how to exactly improve the password strength. Also, we had a limited time, so we definitely needed to scope our project to a manageable size in order to fulfill the tight deadline. We also wanted to just learn something new, as both of us had no prior experience in creating a Telegram bot. Lastly, we just wanted to have fun. We tried incorporating some elements of Singapore in our small program in the form of a Singlish-speaking bot that sounds just like your friend.
So next, we'll show a video demonstration on our Telegram bot.
Please feel free to access the bot now on Telegram, which can be accessed at PassSecBot.
So our bot is built in Python and we deploy it on Google Cloud Platform. Passwords are important, which is why we wanted an accessible tool to encourage password security. And once we gain access to our Password bot, and if we key in commands such as start or help, our Telegram bot will help us, will show us the list of commands that are available to generate the list of commands that are available to be executed. So the first command is password strength. So for this command, if the user key in password strength with a password followed by, and the Telegram bot can help them check whether their password is secure and also to provide some potential tips on how to improve their password. And next we have checkpoint.
For checkpoint, users actually can input a password, and on our side, the bot will actually provide a specific number informing users of the frequency that the password has appeared in any publicized data breaches. So hopefully, given the number of frequency they appear in data breaches, users can make an informed choice in carrying on with their selected password.
And the last command we have is password generation. If the user key this command followed by a number, our bot will help them automatically generate a number of secure passwords that does not appear in any of the data breaches. And however, if the user key in any command that does not start with any of the commands that we have provided, our Telegram bot will detect an error and then tell the users that this is an invalid input and please follow our list of commands. So we start with the first command, which is check password strength. As we see that if we key in a password called hello, which is obviously a very simple and not secure password, our Telegram bot will help us generate a report. So starting with checking the length of the password, the password length is 5, and we encourage users to increase the password length to be at least 8 characters. And next, we also help them scan through their password. And then we see that the password only includes lowercase letters. And while it does not include any of the uppercase letters, special characters, or digits. And we encourage them to include more of these features to improve their password security. And we also help them generate a score for their password. So let's say here the password is quite weak and the score is 10 out of 70. This helps users to determine whether their password is strong enough or there's still a large room for improvement. And at the end of our report, we question users whether they have included any of their personal particulars inside the password. We discourage them to use any of their personal information in their password to make it more secure. And so as we can see, if we try to key in a slightly more strong password, and the feedback is getting a lot better now. And we'll move on to our next command, which is checkpoint.
So if you're unsure if your password of choice is safe, you can actually use the checkpoint to see the number of times the given password has appeared in data breaches. So for this tool, we actually made use of the Have I Been Pwned API to give us a list of information which we can use to compare against whatever the user has supplied. So taking the first 5 hashed characters of whatever password that the user has supplied, we are able to filter down and effectively retrieve the number of times a given password has compromised based on the information that the API has returned to us. So for example here, we have provided the bot with a pretty weak password, which is QWERTY, and we can see that the number of times it has been compromised is quite significant, and hopefully it serves as a deterrent for users to continue with this sort of weak password. Another example will be providing a password that has a combination of small cases and special characters and digits. So as you can see, using the checkpoint tool, the given password was compromised 0 times, and hopefully this tool can serve as some sort of information to better encourage users to adopt healthy password habits.
And our last command is password generation. If we key in any number behind password generation, so let's give an example, which is 6, and our bot will help the users generate 6 passwords that are, as you can see, is pretty secure, and any of those passwords don't appear in any of the data breaches.
Of course, this password generator doesn't serve to be used as a whole and directly. We just wish to provide some sort of inspiration and combination for users to continue referencing from.
in order for our Telegram bot to run more efficiently, we also include recently we also changed the limit for password generation to be at most 10.
Doing something like that also ensures better security for us, as we have tested up to 99 generation sequences, but we have not tested up to maybe something like 9,999. So doing something like that hopefully hardens our program and makes it more fail-safe. So some of the language that can be observed from the bot is actually the use of Singaporean English. This is something that we wish to include to sort of make the bot feel more lifelike. And for us, it's like speaking to one of our peers. So here we're actually running a checkpoint on a given password that we have actually generated ourselves. And the password was actually compromised 0 times. So some future developments that we have in mind is to create better interfaces for user experiences in the future. As we gain more experience developing Telegram bots, this is one goal that we wish to incorporate in the future. Also, we wish to personalize the bot for each and every one of the users, such as being able to store dates of password usage and remind them of a suitable time, such that we can encourage them to change passwords and encourage better usage of secure passwords. As we all know, passwords without being changed after a long period of time can become a potential security issue.
So that will be end of our presentation. Feel free to ask us any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your pitch and the presentation. Now the questions, please. Dmitry, be clear, please.
Sorry for the sound. If this is not perfect, I'll try to make it clear.
That's better.
The first question is a case, because I played around with your bot while you've been telling the presentation. So I generated a password, and it gave me the score of 60 out of 70 for the generated password that your bot is proposing. But the password QWERTY123 exclamation mark is 50 out of 70. So like only 10 points weaker. So this is even not a question, but like a showcase that just like a list of those rules that you have to obey if you're like making secure password is not enough at all, because I've just like done the password that is quite so common. I think it is like in top 1000 whatever RockQ dictionary. But the question is, so have you compared that with the functionality that is already used and already available in like free charge password managers, for example, Bitwarden, or I don't know, such things that already provide you generation of passwords and just like checking them in the breaches and the secure storing of them, because like it looks like that you're doing the same but not storing anything. And for example, if someone gets control over your bot in the future, they can just extract all the passwords that have been generated by your solution and just like adding them to the dictionary. So like, I think that I've asked you like a 7-question something, but hope you understood me.
So for our bot, we actually do not have any storage of any passwords. So we are not concerned that there will be any attacker being able to exfiltrate any sort of information from our bot. So our bot is actually hosted on Google Cloud Function. So all that exists for our backend is just a piece of Python code that exists on the Cloud Function. Right now, there's no integration for any databases, but hopefully we will incorporate some sort of database to extend our bot in the future. As for the functionality of generating passwords and then running against the score checker, we are aware of the 60 mark score. So the 60 score out of 70 is actually caused by the lack of special characters. I think one part of our code, we sort of missed that out. So that is something that we definitely will look into. Some security concerns that we have also done is, as mentioned before, is the one where we did not do like much stress tests on the number of passwords we can generate. So that was something that we realized recently, and we managed to patch it. But as for the any pre-existing products that served a similar purpose, we haven't gone into any deep analysis of, for example, some of their rating algorithms. Right now, our rating is quite arbitrary, and it was done in quite a rush. So I think looking at some of the pre-existing tools already available in the market is something that will hopefully encourage us to improve our password security tool in the future. But right now the scoring is definitely quite arbitrary and not super stable.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Igor, please.
Let's say you generate all the passwords with your Telegram bot. Then how do you expect the user to make use of these passwords? Because, well, they are pretty complicated and they need to be stored somewhere securely. What is your idea behind this?
Our idea behind the password generation is to provide some sort of inspiration or a format or a form to encourage them to include maybe certain special characters, certain sequence of small letters and capitalized letters. As for password storage, we do not have any plans to do any form of storage. But in the case that we need to we want to allow users to select specific passwords and store it in a database provided by us, we'll definitely consider encrypting whatever password they have selected. And of course, encryption is not enough. We definitely will need to add a specific salt for every password that they choose to store, and combining the salt and the original password, then we'll do the encryption. As for which channels and ways that they potentially can take away those passwords from, we are still not sure of what vulnerabilities so Telegram programs are weak to. But storing passwords for for reference for future users is something that we will look into when we start incorporating databases to our project.
Thank you. Moraz, I saw you have a question.
Yeah. Yes. First, I like what you have done. The point that you're saying that you're doing this for fun is very good. This is number one. Number two, can you give me just a scenario? Who is your optimum person who will use this bot? Because if I'm doing for suggesting a password, for example, browsers are doing this. Once I'm signing up in a certain applications, browser can suggest me a certain password. So what is your optimum user for this?
So what our tool actually serves is also providing an educational perspective, being able to generate those small reports wherever users are, as it is after all a mobile project. Is something that we really enjoyed working on. That mobility and being able to educate different users of different age groups on the fly is something that we thought about, compared to trying to brute force our way to come up with some sort of password on any given website. It doesn't really have that mobility element, because users have to stay on a website in order to know the strengths of their password. So that it doesn't really have an age group specific target audience. But what we enjoyed the most is really that mobile aspect, without having to be locked down on a specific website in order to test out whatever passwords they have in mind, is something that we have as a goal for our project.
Okay,
I
great.
hope that.
Yeah, thank you very much. As I got you, you rather consider this your users ones who use mobile device itself, not mainly maybe the browser. Thank you very much for your explanation. And currently we're out of time for the questions. So thank you, team. And Actually, at the moment, we're over with the first series of pitches. And our judges may have a short break. And before we start with a quiz, which I promised you that we will hold, I want to remind you that we have a People's Choice Award today. And here's the QR code. Here? No, there. There's the QR code that you might follow, and also the link in the chat in order to vote for the team that you prefer the most. But we remember that we also have 2 other series of pitches to follow. And now, let's proceed to the quiz. Before we start, please refresh the live stream. Press the live button downwards so that the live stream would be synced with the test itself. And after that, please follow the QR code that you have currently on the screen, or just follow the link that you have in the chat. In like 20 seconds, I guess, we will start the first quiz. And this one is rather dedicated, if I'm not mistaken, to the history of IT, cybersecurity, and other stuff related to IT. So you have around maybe 10 more, 12 seconds to connect. Please follow the link from the chat. Okay, a bit more to go. So please connect to the quiz. You may do it either from your desktop device or from mobile device. And do it in a separate window, please. But I will actually read the questions out loud to you. I would also like to encourage the teams who are currently viewing the competition also to take part in the quiz while you're waiting for your pitch, or if you're already over. Okay, good. Now we're ready to start the first quiz. And the first question is, the first computer mouse was made from A, plastic, B, wood, C, iron, D, paper. And the correct answer is wood. Now question number 2. There are only X bitcoins that can be mined in total. What is the amount? 13 million, 21 million, 9 billion, or 65 billion? Now, let's take a look at the correct answer. And the correct answer, 21 million in total bitcoins may be mined. Third question, which computer virus name was not used before? The others are quite popular. Michelangelo, Melissa, My Doom, or Snacky? correct answer is snacky. The others are existing viruses. Fourth question. The first operating system sold alone with a computer was called Windows, IBM Systems 360, Linux, or GMOS. So actually, the first operating system sold together with a computer was IBM Systems 360. And question 5. Computer Security Day is celebrated on November the 30th, December the 14th, July 22nd, or September 18th. The correct answer is November the 30th. This day is International Computer Security Day. Now question number 6. The first touchscreen phone invented was called iPhone, IBM Simon, Nokia 9110, or HTC Touch. Actually, the first ever phone with a touch screen was IBM Simon, invented back in 1992. The next question. There are more than X programming languages in the world. A. 80, B. 350, C. 230, or D. 700. Now, the correct answer is more than 700 programming languages. Question number 8. This scientist introduced the World Wide Web, the internet that we know today. His name was Winton Cerf, Bill Gates, Tim Berners-Lee, or her name was Ada Lovelace. The correct answer is Tim Berners-Lee. He was the person who introduced the World Wide Web. Question number 9. Ray Tomlinson is generally recognized as sending the first electronic mail between two different computers. What year did it happen to be? 1990, 1971, 1962, or 1987? The correct answer is 1971. The first email was sent in ARPA that year. And the last question. This program, often regarded as the first virus, was invented in 1971 as well, and it showed the message, I'm the name, catch me if you can. What was the name? Creeper, Reaper, Rabbit, or Virus? The first program that's considered to be a virus was called Creeper, and the first antivirus for Creeper was called Reaper. So now, let us take a look at the board. Ivory in first place, CCCSW the second place, and Mahitap the third place. Dear participants, please take a print screen of your screen at the moment to prove that you took one of the prize places, and send it to us on security@kaspersky.com. The email would also appear in the chat. So please do a print screen and keep it in order to send over to our team so that we can distribute to you the presents. Now, the quiz part is over and we are back to the pitches. Now I would introduce this second section of the pitches. And the first team in this section is Team Bunk from Singapore Institute of Technology, which consists of 4 people: Adriel Kogwaki, Satya Sultana, Hai Kihi, and Kane Chi Willem. Team, hello.
Hello.
Hello. I heard that one of your teammates is unfortunately down with COVID, so there would be only 3 of you presenting. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I hope that would not affect you in the result. Are you ready to pitch?
Yes.
Great. In that case, the floor is yours. Please start the presentation. You have your 8 minutes.
Hi, Georges. Our project is called Bunk, and we are doing a TPM-based router security. So this is our agenda for today. The TPM is a security coprocessor that helps to secure computer devices using integrity measurements. This hardware chip has been used in various implementations such as BitLocker and Linux Unified Key Setup. In our case, we will add on another technology called integrity measurement architecture, which will be used to detect if a file has been altered and which files has been executed since the system has been started. This is our problem statement. So how can we reliably ensure that a router's operating system has not been tampered with? This is our solution. So first, we need the TPM 2.0 device. Second, we need to enable integrity measurement architecture. Third, we will change the grub bootloader config file to enable IMA. Fourth, we will create the software. We will execute the software. Then, based on the IMA measurements, we will sort it, extend the values to the PCR, and then detect if the system has been tampered. If the system state is different from the provision state, it can be assumed that the system may be compromised and cannot be trusted. Due to the nature of the TPM platform control registers, the values are hard to fake, because if you want to write to the PCR, you must extend from the previous value, like appending a new hash to the previous hash. So in order to break this, you must know all the previous hashes that has been extended to the PCR. Because router operating systems are small, it makes it possible for this system to be implemented compared to a more complex system like Windows. Now onto our demo.
The TPM is a security device that can perform security-related functions, such as storing passwords and encryption keys. It is used by services such as BitLocker drive encryption to ensure that the operating system and data on the device has not been tampered with. It is installed on the motherboard and is tamper-resistant, contains anti-hammering protection, and is not exposed to vulnerabilities since it is not reliant on the operating system to process instructions. Though the TPM has proven capable to provide many positive security features such as validating hardware and software states, measuring boot, and encrypting devices, there is a possibility that criminals can capitalize on such features of the TPM to notify them if their device has been tampered with. With that in mind, our team has come up with a program that will check what programs have been executed on the system. This is done by retrieving hashes of each file executed from the boot phase. These hashes are stored in the ASCII runtime measurements file. Once done, the hashes containing information of the current system state are stored inside the platform configuration register, also known as the PCR. The PCR is a feature in the TPM that can be used to This is the PCR is a feature in the TPM that can be used to
Let me open another app to share this. Hold on.
Do you plan to share video from another source?
Yes, yes.
TPM to ensure that the operating system and data on the device has. This is done by retrieving hashes of each file executed from the boot phase. These hashes are stored in the ASCII runtime measurements file. Once done, the hashes containing information of the current system state are stored inside the platform configuration register, also known as the PCR. The PCR is a feature in the TPM that can be used to measure the state of the system. In this case, the program will extend the hashes to PCR16. First, we need to make the program executable by the user. This is done using the sudo chmod u+x command. Next, we grep for VIM in the ASCII runtime measurements file. We can see that VIM is not found. Now, we run the program. The value of self-hash refers to the hash of the POC executable file. The hash value refers to the hash of the ASCII runtime measurements file. Since this is our first time running the program will extend the values to PCR16, and a hash value is displayed. This hash value will be used to measure the integrity of the system. Once done, we run the program again. The hash values will be reset and extended again to PCR16. We can see that the hash values are the same, ensuring that the system is in a trusted state. This time, we run any other program like VIM. When we grep for VIM this time, we can see that VIM is in the ASCII runtime measurements file. When we run the program this time, what we notice is that the values in hash and PCR16 are different. This is because the IMA measures every program that is run on the system. By comparing the hash values from before and after, we can determine the trustworthiness of the system. If the hashes match, the system is in a trusted state. If the hashes do not match, then the system is not in a trusted state. With that, this marks the end of the demonstration of Project Bunk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, team. Even though you had some technical issues, you managed to do it on time. Thank you for that very much. I guess it's time for the questions right now. So judges, please. Who is eager to start? I see Dmitry smiling. Oh, Igor, okay.
Thank you. First of all, usually TPM is exclusive for Intel-based computers and it's usually something completely different for the routers that usually run on MIPS or ARM. Have you tried your POC on these platforms?
No. For now, this POC only focuses on Intel x86 and x64 platforms, but we hope that this can be used for platforms such as OPNsense, PFSense, which can also run on x86 platform.
Thank you. And also, I have a question about the PCR registers. How do you prevent the code running inside the router from tampering with this debug PCR register?
For now, we have chosen the debug register because our development system is a more complex OS than a router OS. Because of that, when we restart the system, there may be some other programs that are run as part of the system's routine, which may not be seen in a router OS. That's why we have chosen PCR16. In production, a non-debug register such as 15 or 17 will have been chosen.
Thank you. Any more questions? Looks like we have no more questions from the judges.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Since nobody asked, let me also ask this thing. Basically, routers are usually made by vendors, and obviously you will need to somehow communicate with vendors to make them include this technology. Have you already tried negotiating with any platform vendor, or, well, do you have any plans?
No plans as of now because we are still trying to polish our POC.
Okay, thank you. Short and clear. Okay, Dan, team, thank you very much. I don't see volunteers from the judges to ask more questions. So in that case, we'll wrap up with your pitch and proceed to the next one. Yeah, so our next team is called Maya AI. These are representatives of Ain Shams University and Franklin University, Switzerland, Mohamed Tarek and Ghada Budhar. Yeah, while they are connecting, let me briefly talk you a bit through their project. Actually, Maya AI is a financial project that aims to serve all the family financial needs and should provide a big part of the cyber and financial awareness and the AI part, which is the recommendation engine that will be family's financial consultant and planner. This project is actually also was created as a part of nomination Family Care, which is quite popular in our competition this year, as usually socially important nominations are. So maybe I will also add that Mohammed is from Egypt and Ghada is originally from Kuwait, though she's currently studying in the Franklin University. Is our team ready? It's not quite ready. So maybe I may also talk a bit about the other nominations that we had this year. So we had actually 4 nominations in the competition. The core were the mobile security, broader security, and anti-cheating for chess, because chess is a type of sports really beloved by the company. And the 4th nomination, a special one, was family care. Now that the team is ready to pitch, I want to give the floor to Mohammed and Ghada to start their presentation. Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon. Thanks for that introduction.
Thank you for joining. So the floor is yours. Please share the presentation. You have 8 minutes.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, guys. So we're Maya. We're building a personal finance decision-making engine. In the MENA region, financial literacy is a growing issue. The majority are living paycheck to paycheck with no financial planning, and this vulnerability leads to an alarming level of financial stress, crippled with a debt spiral that many people are trapped in, and it's impacting individuals, families, businesses, and countries. According to the Arab Union of Banks, the average financial literacy rate in MENA is below the world average at 30.7%, with a 69% of the region remaining unbanked, and women, generally, are the less financially literate party and are less likely to participate in the financial system. So it comes as no surprise that many people are struggling to manage their personal finances, which means they simply don't do it, resulting in being unaware of spending habits, not using their money effectively, and struggling to save. But we're here to solve all that. We are on a mission to make it easy and affordable for anyone to be smarter with their money and unlock financial planning to 2.5 billion people in MENA. And we do this by aggregating personal financial data to help users make better finance decisions. So in other words, we listen to the user's needs, we match them with the right product, and we provide them with the guidance, education, and financial tools to help them get there. So we are leveraging AI to become the place people go to make financial decisions. And by aggregating user data, we can better understand what decisions the user cares about. And with this, we're able to make recommendations that impact users' lives. Our engine can be used to find the best credit card, find the right mortgage, or even find a trustworthy financial advisor in their area. With Maya, users can explore their options and make an informed decision with confidence. So our product consists of 3 different components. The first one is the education center, where users can access articles, videos, personal financial tools like different loan calculators, and more. The second is the financial marketplace, where users can compare and apply for financial products in a matter of seconds. And the third is a dedicated user analytics dashboard, where we send users personalized insights to make smart money decisions with confidence. We currently have over 60 financial products across different verticals, including family finance, investing, credit cards, mortgage loans, and more. And what you're seeing here is we're showing you an example of finding the right credit card. So you can easily filter based off of what you're looking for, whether your preference is for finding a high miles travel card or just merely for building credit or even getting cash back and so forth. So basically we're showing the user all the information they could possibly need about different financial products, including things like hidden fees, which usually banks don't publicize, so that the user can make an informed decision and they can apply for the products in a matter of seconds. Maya creates value for everyone. So for users, for consumers, and financial institutions at each step. For consumers, they get access to a transparent, easy to use financial marketplace, as well as transparent, unbiased, actionable insights. For banks, fintechs, and brokers, they get access to new clients and an untapped user base, which inevitably leads to long-term customer loyalty and increased revenues. So at this stage, the engine is valuable to users, but we plan to take it even further. We want to help users reach major life goals, including things like paying off debt, refinancing a mortgage, saving for retirement, planning to buy a house, and even give them recommendations on financially smart ways to raise a family.
Okay, guys, I don't know about you, but for me, as a businessman like me, have a $5 worth in the bank. I don't want my money to go out. Okay, that's it. I have to secure it. Okay, first rule, you are your biggest enemy. You are your biggest enemy, really. Like phishing. Phishing makes all of us go down and get caught by the hackers. And okay, I lose my money. And that's attacking maybe most of the elders in the world. So that's why we are having our own learning platform. We will give you a financial, let's say, courses. We will help you to manage your money, but also we will learn you more. We teach you more about the cyber awareness, to be aware from the attacks and the phishings. And that's it. I'm a businessman. I have my business. I want to go check my $5. Okay, that's good. What if we have our servers down? Nope. We have our redundant servers and we have our own backup recovery plan for the cases. Okay, my $5 will continue. Okay, and the last thing is we have an end-to-end encryption for my connections with my AI. Okay, that's all about me. What's about Maya? Okay, Maya holds my data. So let's go for the backend security. Firstly, we are following the CIA triad and the AAA model. We are trying to secure the data stored in the PostgreSQL and keeping databases server patched. And that's important, keeping things patched, and always teach your people about cyber awareness and phishing. Okay, you will not get caught like Uber in any other country, any other workstations. And the rest is restricted access to configuration files. Now we are trying to protect our configuration files, and only me and my team go there. So restricted access. And the final thing here is the encryption. We're trying to use the treble DES, and also we will store your data like user login credentials hashed. Okay, that's good. And now let's go for our recommendation engine. Now we have made and built our own API with our own algorithms, and that's great, to be honest. And it comes with responsibility, how to secure it. Okay, now we are using the Django REST framework. That helps a lot, to be honest, that helps a lot. We will have a token-based authentication, we will have a permission settings, and that helps a lot. And for the front-end security, role-based access controls, and we are trying to test for more than 2 weeks until now our API. We're trying to fix bugs. We're trying to make the first stage in the secure code practices mentioned by WASP Top 10, and also we're trying now to patching the OWASP Top 10 top 10 attacks for even the web or the APIs or the rest things. That's it.
So join us on our mission to increase financial inclusion and financial literacy to ensure that everyone has an equal opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for the very intensive and timely pitch. I guess you've saved you several minutes for the questions from the jury. So judges, please, who is going to start?
Thank you so much for the pitch. Seems like a very interesting project to me. Could you please describe or tell us if you researched the competitive environment in this field? I think it might be like a red ocean already.
Yeah, so we don't have any direct competitors, but there are 2 companies on a startup scale that's also looking at things like training models for user recommendations. But in terms of product offering and approach, we're completely different. So if you guys are familiar with NerdWallet in the US, I'd say they are probably closer to what we're building than anything else, but nothing like this exists in the MENA region, or I think in the European market, as far as we know.
Okay, thank you.
Igor, please.
Thank you. The AI part of the story, does it already work? If yes, then how? Because, well, it wasn't really obvious from the demonstration.
Yeah, so short answer is yes. So the demo that we showed you is actually run on a local server, so just in our browser. I'd be happy to share, we can deploy it on Netlify, which is our hosting, and then I'd be happy to share the link. So basically, with the current infrastructure is built on the Django REST framework, like Mohammed mentioned, which is a powerful library. If anyone is familiar with it, it basically allows you to build full-scale APIs. So this is how it works. And can we share the presentation just so I can go over the diagram? So basically, okay, without the presentation.
Okay, just a second, we'll share it.
Okay. So we basically have a data API, and then we have a machine learning API. So the request and the response.
You mean the slide?
The diagram, the one you presented.
Okay. The one.
Yeah. So the API is really the essential thing, and this is used with the data, this is what the request and the response depends on, as you can see. So here, the REST framework relies on the data that's stored in our Postgres DB, which fetches the data onto our interface. And then the client API, so the request that the client receives, is actually based off of the ML API that we trained based on the market data of the different financial products. And it's kind of like a intertwined type of system.
Okay, Igor, did it answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good. Any more questions to the team? No, it looks like we don't have other questions. In that case, maybe I would ask one last, and we'll proceed to the next team. Do you plan to scale the project from MENA region, for which it's intended originally, to other regions? And if yes, what are the target regions you would consider to scale to?
That's a great question. So the biggest pain point, I think, is in the Middle East, right? Because fintech as an industry is relatively new. And actually just after COVID, policymakers and regulators began implementing certain policies regarding how to govern fintech. So it's a very, very new field, which is that's why I think we were super excited to get into that and build something like that. In terms of expanding, I don't think we're looking at like different markets anytime soon, but what we are interested in is focusing on the Middle East. So the core Z engine, right? We are planning to incorporate the personal, the user's real-time financial data, just because taking a more personalized approach, we think is where the value comes in. So the things that we talked about aggregating user financial data, that is not yet available on the user analytics dashboard. We're just focused on the recommendation engine. And we think that combining these two together and giving users a more personalized approach is just very valuable.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your answer. And thank you for the pitch, actually. So now I guess we should proceed to the third team, the final team in this pitch section. And this would be actually a team that consists of one person, Zlata Pudeleva. And Zlata represents the St. Petersburg University. Her team of herself is named Think Like a Cheater, Live Like a Cheater. And it is because her project is a part of the track Chess Anti-Cheating. And the original name of the project, which is really hard to read through, but I'll try my best, Anti-Cheat Chess Tool, based on a modified algorithm of calculating the average accuracy of a game from ChessBase. So Zlata, are you here?
Hello.
Hello. Happy to see you again.
I'm happy too.
Okay, great. So are you ready for the presentation and the pitch?
Yes, I'm ready.
Perfect. In that case, I pass on the word to you. Remember that you had 8 minutes.
Yes. Good day, everyone. Zlata here, and I represent Think Like a Cheater, Live Like a Cheater. Let's talk about problems first. To begin with, if you're a player who suspects his opponent of cheating and you don't know how to expose them, or you are a serious analyst who wants to expose a grandmaster who is suspected of cheating, but you do not have a tool which will help you quickly and efficiently analyze the suspect. More precisely, such tools exist. For example, algorithms integrated into popular online platforms, Lichess, Chess.com, ChessBase, calculating the average accuracy of the game, a number that reflects how well, according to the computer, a person plays. People very often use an analysis of these algorithms when it comes to cheating, but none of these algorithms are designed to detect cheating, as the representative of Chess.com said about the algorithm and how people misunderstand its results. Also, the IC of these algorithms is calculated for the entire game, but the IC in different positions at different stages of the game is different. Calculating the IC for the entire game, the individuality of positions is lost, weak and strong sides of the player are missed. Let's sum up. People use algorithms that are not designed to detect cheating. These algorithms do not take individuality of positions, strengths and weaknesses of the player. Therefore, I propose a solution for these two problems. This is an anti-cheat chess tool based on a modified algorithm calculating the average accuracy of the game from ChessBase. ChessBase's Let's Check algorithm is more suitable for detecting cheating. Just need to fix some problems. That algorithm calculates only one IC for some amount of engines, but the cheater uses only one engine. And the most obvious modification is proposed. Each engine has its own IC. As a result, the player has as many IC as the number of engines, and the task is to find the engine that the suspect used or prove that he did not use any engines. Next, let me introduce the concept of a position attribute. This is a characteristic sign of a position. For example, 3 queens or 2 pawns are attributes. The set of such attributes is called an attribute set. For example, 2 pawns, 2 knights, 4 bishops, 2 rooks, and 3 queens is an attribute set of the position of slide. The game is cut into attribute sets. The IC of the moves made with that attribute set is evaluated, and calculated IC is started to that set. So in this way, the features of the positions, the weak and strong sides of the player, exchange positions, and so on are taken into attention. So the algorithm calculates the average accuracy of the game for each engine separately, because cheater uses only one engine. And this average accuracy is calculated for each attribute set that allow to reflect the individuality of positions and the player. Okay, let's go to the prototype. And this is a Qt application. Let's open it and try to do analysis. Go to File, New Analysis. Here we can set some parameters. Most important are database, let's choose it, name of suspect in this database, and pass to engine. I will use Stockfish. In order not to waste time setting up the analysis, I will open Ready Configuration. So let's start analyzing and it's going. After some time of calculating, it will be finished. So let's stop it and open Already Calculated Analysis. Go to File, Open Analysis, and choose a file with analysis. It loads and prepares SQL base. It takes several seconds. Okay, it greets us with information about the analysis parameters. Here we can see 2 tables, first with analysis of suspect, and second with analysis of other database. Also, you can see attributes and set of attributes, average accuracy of that set, and count of moves for that set. Empty table cells means that any attribute value can be placed here, 1, 2, 3, and so on. So next we can sort any columns and compare results of suspect analysis with database analysis. Read information about analysis, build graphs, and make conclusions. Let's close the application and go next. Okay, good. Let's take a look at my little research. So I played 10 games on the chess.org without cheats and 16 games with cheats, imitated a smart cheater, and then used my tool. As we can see, I played very weak in middle game and strong in end game, but without cheats, I haven't weak sides, only strong sides. That can be the signal that I am using cheats. Also, as you can see, I had AC above average in all cases with cheats and below the average without cheats. Can we conclude from this data that I'm cheating? And yes and no. At that moment, the little experimental data to state something, but anyway, the program has fulfilled its purpose. You can find more information about my research in my repository in the example folder. Analysis time is the weakest side of that algorithm. Since the time of analyzing one move is fixed, it cannot be accelerated by software methods. Then the hardware acceleration remains. Use more computer power. Let's keep the mathematical calculation. The main thing is by how many times the number of computers for analysis increases, by so many times the analysis time decreases. Naturally, large companies have enough computing power, and it's expected that companies will provide analysis results for money to ordinary people. The price of computing power for needs of the algorithm is small. For example, if you go to Yandex Cloud website, which provides computing power for money, you can see that 96 computers will cost 150,000 rubles a month, which will be speed up the analysis by 96 times. So what about payback on the future of the project? How can large companies monetize the results of their analysis? Firstly, they can offer analysis to players, analysts, and other companies for money. They can use this tool as an additional feature in their paid services of their own chess applications. And of course, they can provide a paid complex investigation on a certain player. The last is how will players and analysts benefit? The tool and algorithm can become the standard for investigating chess cheaters, which gives some advantages. First, now in order to accuse another person of cheating, you will have to provide evidence in the form of the analysis, which will not allow spoiling the player's reputation without evidence. Second, players and analysts will get a centralized place for analysis, which will eliminate the using of incorrect algorithms and results and facilitate the analysis procedure. And third, indirectly, little plus, players can use this tool to find their own weaknesses. So the time's up, and this slide contains linked resources, linked to the GitHub repository, and thank you for your attention. Do you have any questions?
Zlata, thank you very much. That was a perfect timing. So our judges, please, the questions. Alina, please.
Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to check what's the false positive rate for your algorithm in terms of cheating? The accuracy of what's the accuracy of the algorithm when it comes to catching of cheating? If let's say the player performs very well and probably even after 5 to 6 games and suddenly performs very well, the application detects it as cheating, and what's the percentage of it?
So players can play, of course, very good about 6 games, 7 games in a row. So it need to we need to look at some count of games, like 20 games, like 30 games. Lichess.org don't ban me, then I played 16 games. And in all the games, I played very good. So we need to analyze a row of games. Do I answer your questions?
Yeah, thank you.
Igor, please.
Have you researched how your algorithm performs on the statistics of really good players?
No, I don't. I didn't perform. So very good players, of course, play very good, and they also don't have weak sides. Of course, very little weak sides. So, but when it comes to cheating, if you listen about the problem, that conflict that was about Hans Niemann, the people uses wrong algorithms, and they use these algorithms in Hans Niemann and wait a second. And accuse them, and accuse Hans Niemann with these wrong algorithms, and his reputation was very little of this. So that algorithm, my tool, will not allow to accuse hybrid masters without evidence of that algorithm. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, any more
I have a
questions?
question also.
Yeah, Maras, please.
Yeah, it seems you're pretty confident from your algorithm. Why you didn't make any POC with chess.com or with any other big vendors platforms?
Why I didn't use that algorithm in chess.com?
Why you didn't do a POC, a proof of concept, with chess.com to try your algorithm?
So we can load databases from chess.com and try algorithm without chess.com IP. So that's not a problem. I use chess.org as a equal online platform. So and the chess.com is banned in Russia Federation, so I can't play their games. Well, that's all. We can use the chess.org as an example.
Okay, any more questions from the jury? Okay, no more questions. Zlata, thank you very much for your pitch.
Thank you.
So I guess we're finished with the second section of pitches, and that means that our judges may have a short break, and us, me and you, are going to have another quiz here. But before we start another quiz, I want to remind you that we have the audience award today, and you may see the QR code over here. And you may also see the link in the chats in the YouTube. Please follow that link and select the team you would like to vote for as the People's Choice or Audience Award. Now that I've reminded you about it, I guess we may proceed to the quiz itself, the second one. And this one is going to be dedicated to Kaspersky because, well, this is a Kaspersky live stream, and we have today the 5th Secur'IT Cup competition that is run by Kaspersky. So we decided to award several people who know the most about our company. So please follow the QR code over here or follow the link in the chat and connect to the test itself. Also, please reload the page or press the live button over here in order to sync the live stream with the test. I should remind you that you may connect to the test with both your mobile device or your, I don't know, web browser on the desktop. So I'll wait a bit for you to get connected and we'll start the quiz. So let us start the quiz. And now the first question. Kaspersky was founded in 1986, 1997, 2003, or 2016? And the correct answer is 1997. Eugene Kaspersky founded the company that year. How much users Kaspersky products protect worldwide? 100,000, 750,000, 10 million, or 400 million? What is the correct number? And the correct answer is 400 million users that we protect worldwide with our products. Which Kaspersky product does not exist? Kaspersky Security Cloud, Kaspersky Password Manager, Kaspersky Safe Keys, or Kaspersky Money Safety? So the correct answer is Kaspersky Money Safety. This product we don't have at the moment. Next question, number 4. The internship program for students at Kaspersky is called SafeBoard, CAS Interns, Safe Start, or Secure Start. So the correct answer is SafeBoard. This program exists for 7 years already, and recently it went global. Question number 5. Kaspersky has a team engaged in providing protection against drones. True or false? We'll have several true-false questions in this questionnaire, so just try to guess. This is actually true. We have a Kaspersky anti-drone team who is in charge of development hardware and software. Question 6. In 2022, Kaspersky Solutions prevented this amount of attacks launched from online resources across the globe: 39 million, 640 million, 506 million, or 905 million attacks. The correct answer is 506 million, and this data is actually really fresh from the report we issued on the 1st of December. 7th question. Kaspersky develops its own software. Is it true or false? This is actually true. All the software we develop on our own. Question number 8. According to Kaspersky, during the year 2022, what percentage of internet user computers worldwide experienced at least one malware class attack? Try to guess. The right answer is B. 15.37% of users experience malware class attacks. Question number 9. This year's Secur'IT Cup competition is being held for which time? I actually gave you a clue. 7th, 5th, 2nd, or 3rd? And the correct answer is for the 5th time. Our small anniversary today. And the last question, again true or false. Kaspersky has products only for users, not for the businesses. Is it true or false? This is actually false. We do have products both for B2C and B2B. So let's take a look at the final board of results. Player CCCSW is again on the first place. My congratulations. Player Janben is on the second place, and player Rips is on the third. So players who won the first 3 places, please take a print screen of your interface so that you could provide it to us as a proof that you really won. And please email us this print screen at secur'itcup@kaspersky.com. The email you may find, well, I guess you received already emails from that mailbox, but still, you may also find it in the chat. So please email us so that we could provide you with some gifts from Kaspersky. And now the quiz is over. I think we should proceed to the final series of pitches. And in this series of pitches, we would actually have 4 teams that would pitch. The first team name is No Hats, and this team actually participates in the competition not for the first time. Especially the person who will be seen today, Bunk. He would be unfortunately presenting alone today because his colleague is not available. But anyway, the No Hats team from National University of Singapore and Singapore Institute of Technology with the project Hygiene Platform for mobile security. Sorry, Bunk. Hello, how are you?
Hi, how are you? I'm good.
I'm good as well. Are you ready to do the presentation?
Yeah, let's bring it.
Perfect. In that case, the floor is yours. Remember, about 8 minutes.
Okay, all right, let's begin. Hello, everyone. I'm Peng Fei, as introduced by Evgenia. I'm supposed to be presenting this with my partner, Matthew, but he's away on an overseas trip. So today, I'll be talking to you about hygiene platform for mobile security. No prizes for anybody guessing which problem statement I'm going for. So of course, before I dive any deeper, let's go into the table of contents for today. The first one, let's talk a little bit about mobile applications. Are you a little bit more lost in this forest of mobile applications? Next, I'm going to bring up the issues, the business impact, differing security frameworks, and contextualized defense that is viable to mobile security. And of course, with all the issues highlighted, I want to present to you a solution to all the issues, which is our product. It's going to be called the Hygiene Platform for Mobile Security. And of course, future works, what we're going to do more on this particular product and how we can bring it to the next level. I don't know, maybe a little bit of hype on ChatGPT. So all right, let's get started. Are you mobile lost? Well, before I dive any deeper, let's go a little bit of background in mobile applications. So COVID-19 has actually made the world more remotely connected than ever. And this caused a huge boom in mobile application. And this drive was so explosive that mobile application now accounts for 69% of all digital traffic, nearly 3 times that of desktop and web apps. With that being said, mobile application is no longer just a native mobile application. It has become, much more hybrid more than ever. So now modern mobile applications usually include web, API, and cloud technologies all integrated into one application. Sure, it's useful for all us consumers, but for developers and security experts, it becomes a real headache to, secure so many different attack surfaces. So as you can see over here, I've collected, the OWASP mobile top 10 risks. I'm not going to go through every single one of them. I think it's pretty evident of what exactly is happening. So with such a huge adoption and usage of mobile applications, attackers are definitely eyeing up the new mobile applications at new frontier. But where are all of these attacks coming from? So OWASP mobile top 10 has really, clumped it up for us together in one whole list. And you realize there's one small little detail of similarity here, and that is application development. So when we talk about mobile security, we'll always think about the end user, consumer, about how to prevent phishing, how do I not install malware on my phone, how do I get rid of malware using antivirus and all that kind of stuff. We forgot that actually the biggest threat to mobile application is in the development phase itself. So now, with that aside, the background, bit of problem statements, let's move on to the issues that are currently being faced by mobile application developers. First up, I'm not going to go too deep into every single one. Feel free to ask me any questions later during the Q&A. We're going to talk about business impact of the security findings. We're going to talk about differing security frameworks. Ever since every single company has been creating mobile application, every single company has a different cybersecurity framework. So the policies that you have to adhere to, let's just use, for example, like password policy. Some companies say your password policy has to be at least 8 characters. Some say 12, some say 16. So how exactly do you ensure that every single company adheres to the same framework? It's impossible. Now, of course, lastly, contextualized defense. which is what I just brought up. How do you defend your application using your company's policy and not just a generic framework by itself? So some of these problems, people have been attempting to solve it with, code scanners, what they call a developer's best friend. Well, I call it not. So to address, security risks that has been mentioned so far, many companies have adopted a certain level of code analysis. Static code analysis is like the first step to ensure and weed out cybersecurity vulnerabilities within your code base. This is usually done through running a developer's code through a static code, SAST tool, which is basically tells you at which line or what kind of vulnerabilities your app has. But does it really help to prevent these attacks? Yes, I'm looking at you, MobSF. So the first part, we're going to talk about vulnerability fatigue, which is the most important aspect that we're trying to solve over here. As a developer, many of you have known that when you're developing an application, you want to submit it for security review. Usually it's at the end of your life cycle. So that means you come up with all the logic, all the architecture, all the different resources that you require to build a really awesome app. But your security team will test it at the end of your life cycle and says, oh, you have a gaping security hole here. How are you going to fix that? You're going to tear down your entire logic base. Are you going to tear down all your codes? And furthermore, if you're trying to shift left a little bit by using what I call, these SAST tools, how accurate they are. So coming down with two different school of thoughts. The first one with vulnerability fatigue is that there's way too many vulnerabilities being flagged. The majority either being a false positive or non-exploitable. Multiple resources are being exhausted to review and revalidate these particular vulnerabilities to see whether they are really true positives. That's a huge problem because if you realize in a for-profit driven or even for any kind of company, be it government or private sector, what's the most important thing here is spending your resources at the right angle and the right things to focus on. So when you're just wasting your time reading out FPs, going through thousands of lines of cybersecurity findings that actually doesn't really apply to you because you have a separate cybersecurity policy, that was the whole point of that. So coming to that point, contextualized defense, differing scam policies, most of the tools actually have their own cybersecurity policies, like Fortify, MobSF, all utilize different frameworks. So when you're scanning your code, how exactly are you sure that the end result is adhering to your company's cybersecurity policies? So everything to make sense. So differing scam policies are able to contextualize findings to internal security posture. These require more and more time for the cybersecurity engineers and developers to actually develop the mapping of the tool outputs to security policies. And how exactly do we then fix this vulnerability fatigue? Oh, my favorite phrase for today, I hope you take it away from me, is gotta shift left. So introducing our solution to help you solve this particular problem. We're gonna bridge the disconnect between security and developers. First off, let me just go into a really high overview of what exactly is a hygiene platform for mobile security. Well, of course, like every single other SAST out there, this tool is going to be based off a well-known framework, which is the OWASP MAS-VS. So the baseline of all the HPMS scan and security recommendations are based off OWASP MAS-VS. Okay, I know I've literally just said, we should not be using one single framework, which is exactly why we're coming to point number 2, customizable. HPMS will basically utilize a custom wrapper for users to develop their own scans. So there we go. You don't really have to use MAS-VS as the baseline for your scanning. You can create your own rules, and then after that, use these particular rules to scan applications that's been designed by your company, which adheres to your company. Like a cookbook or a recipe book, like most chefs call it, and then use this to run your application through to find out what exactly are the vulnerabilities that your company is really paying attention on. That, of course, was my point number 3. I mentioned it too fast, but yes, it's cookbook based. So we allow you to create and customize your own scan policies from your own security requirements. And lastly, of course, for scalability, we make sure that it's CI/CD friendly so that all developers are able to just integrate this into their CI/CD pipeline and run it every single time they push a code, shifting left. We don't want everybody to wait till the end of your life cycle to discover that you have a gaping hole in your logic error or business logic error itself. So now I have a little bit of a demo. So HPMS at its current state is actually a web application. So simply allow me to play the video. What's going to happen? Okay, I'm just going to skip back to my main page itself. Sorry, my video editing skills sucks, so please bear with me. So here's the main page for HPMS. To basically start using it, it's as simple as uploading an APK or IPA file. Currently, right now, we only support APK because Apple is quite a pain to try to work on something. But subsequently, in the development, we'll be focusing on iOS applications as well. So over here, as a sample, right there, we hard-coded an application to be uploaded. So over here, what you can see is an example of a sample risk application risk report. So there's two vulnerabilities that's found. If you can focus on the first one, which is, of course, unresolved, it's based off MAS TG Storage 1. So this is based off the MAS VS framework. You can see that we also categorize the security rating of it. The first one is informational. The second one, which is based off a custom rule set, is actually on medium. Well, going through which, when you click on this unresolved finding itself, it actually tell you exactly which line this vulnerability is being found and what kind of issues it's being faced with. I'm just going to skip forward. So over here, once you're done with that, so this is a sample app report itself. What's going to happen is I'm going to bring you to my customer check. This custom check itself is what we allow you to create your own cybersecurity framework. You're able to enter in, at this current moment, you're able to enter in things such as a regex, simple regex wrapper that's checking for simple things, maybe like in Singapore, we have NRIC numbers, so basically identification number, your PIIs, that's phone numbers, emails, and all that kind of stuff. So with that, you're able to key in your rule set, and in a little moment, you'll be able to see that all your rule set is stored inside HPMS. You're able to specify which one you want to utilize or what kind of scan. Yeah, that's about it. So the cool thing about this is that after you're done with it, we'll actually be able to export all your scans into a Python script, which then you can Dockerize to push into your CI/CD pipeline, which I'll show in a little moment on the second video here. So over here,
you're running out of time, so please wrap up.
Oh, sure, sorry. So over here, as you can see, when we're going through a CI/CD pipeline where it's a Dockerized framework itself, and pushing through, I'll just skip through the scan itself. It's going to be taking quite a while. So what's going to happen is it's going to dump out the report, which is actually going to be showcased here with different kind of technical details, remediations, and annex. And you have different kind of findings, the technical details of the findings, the remediation, which is going to be shown here, and of course the annex of different kind of frameworks that we utilize to justify these findings itself. And here is just a little bit of a future work, which I'll wrap up in like 30 seconds. So first up, we are doing a full mapping to OWASP MAS VS. And next, of course, right now you see there's only regex. We want to create a repo class that allows you to modularize your scans and able to export it together with the rest of the scans. And of course, lastly, when I mentioned ChatGPT, we're really looking at the usage of machine learning, deep learning to assist in vulnerability detection and classifications. And with that, thank you so much for listening to my presentation today. Open for any questions from the floor.
Thank you for the pitch. So do you remember, please, the questions? Dmitry?
So thanks a lot for the presentation. The topic seems to be really interesting about the correlations and stuff. But have you investigated the market? Like, are there any other frameworks and platforms that can do similar things? So, like, what are the key points that are outstanding?
I'm sorry, I couldn't catch you on the last bit over there, but I did hear that. Have I looked into the market to see if there's any similar products? SAST is definitely not, I'm just going to answer that question first. So SAST is definitely not a new concept. What's going to happen is, before this, I already mentioned, if you see like a tool that most be it security engineers or even developers utilize, is MobSF, which is an open framework for you to scan different kind of applications. They support Android, iOS, and of course Windows. But a key problem with MobSF is that they do their own definitions. You're not able to change the rule definition file. So our application actually allows you to do that. It allows you to customize all different kind of rule sets that you want to do. I think the biggest problem when I'm currently still am when I'm working as a security engineer in the company, the biggest problem with that is that I could not map my company's cybersecurity policies to the tools I'm utilizing. And it's a real pain when you have like thousands of lines of findings and you have to figure out which finding is actually useful for the developer to match your cybersecurity policy. So that is what we are really driving at. And MobSF, even though it's currently CI/CD-able, the results just returns in huge chunks, which does not make any sense. And it's definitely not going to help the vulnerability fatigue that all the developers and cybersecurity engineers are facing.
Okay, Dmitry, was that enough?
Yes, thanks a lot. I think Igor wants to ask a couple questions.
Okay, Igor.
Well, I wonder if I've seen the demo, it looks really nice. But how about the actual checks? So is it all running? Is it all really working, or is it just a prototype to showcase how it should appear in the report? So do you run the actual checks on the code already in the prototype?
Yes, we do. So as you can see, I'm just going to play the video a little bit. Let me show you over here. Give me a moment. So let me bounce it back. So you can see currently right now of the entire MES TG framework, we have only created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 rules. The 12 rules that we are utilizing is actually relatively simple ones. So most of them include in like rejects that we're checking for sensitive information, like storage 1. Code 1 actually is extremely easy to check as well. So some of it I was checking for whether or not the Android application has enabled like HTTP only, which is only inside a manifest. So different things that we're checking is really based off the entire framework that we did. So prior to creating this project itself, we actually did a full mapping of MAS VS to MAS TG, and then we marked out each of the rules that can be created. There are certain rules within MAS VS that just cannot be created because it's architectural based. Some stuff like, oh, this is architect, you have used a secure architecture. There's no way you can scan that from an application itself. So we have omitted those rules and we have worked on the rules that we are able to, utilize itself.
What was basically? Sorry. What was the most the worst finding that you discovered with your scanner in the existing code?
The current one, the
biggest bug.
Right. So the biggest one is actually the usage of deprecated libraries. The ones that's known as allows me to actually hook onto the application with Frida, and then I'm able to execute that to take full control of the phone itself, depending on what exact environment is running on, be it root environment or user-led environment. At its current stage, I would say it's still very juvenile with whatever scans it's able to do, but because of the customizability of what we are able to push in, that's what we are really gunning at, for you to be able to come up with frameworks and rule sets that's befitting to your company's cybersecurity portion.
Thank you.
Moaras, please.
Yeah, I have a question. So the main point that you are building your competitive advantage is that the other platforms are not having customized rules, right? I'm not sure if this data is right, but in your opinion, why the other vendors are not doing this customized model?
Okay, so from my perspective, because I've been doing mobile security for about 1.5 years, when I'm utilizing tools that actually does, like static code analysis, like MobileServe, or even other ones like Flutter scanners and all that kind of stuff. But what really happened because when they first started coding it, they really wanted to latch themselves onto a well-known framework. It's the same as when Fortify first started, when they're doing code analysis and all that kind of stuff. They want to latch on to something that's widely accepted among the industry, which is the correct way. I'm not going to say that's a wrong way to go, but because it's a widely recognized framework, people are really going for that. But ever since they became very popular, like Fortify and more SF become, I wouldn't say really extremely popular, but fairly popular among developers and people who are just integrating cybersecurity checks or security testing into their pipeline. You realize that developers start ignoring these findings. Like I could have a developer who's going through a Fortify report that's like 2,000 plus findings. I mean, if I was a developer, I wouldn't want to look at it, because majority of it, 80% of it, will not be useful to me because it's not what my company wants to check for. I mean, to what extent should we say that this application is fully secure to the company's level, or is it going to be fully secure according to the industry level? We create the cybersecurity policies for you to create this kind of application, like policies for you to create this kind of scans. You should have already taken in what's good in the industry for you to practice it, and not just everything. So my key pointer that we're trying to solve over here is developer fatigue, and to help developers bridge this gap between security. To them, security is just a chore. Nobody wants to, be reading all these cybersecurity findings without actually being secure, according to which entire framework you're following. That's my take on it. So I think to them, they really just went ahead, with what's popular, but not what's exactly useful for the people who's actually utilizing these tools.
Okay, Wei Yan, your question, please.
I understand, Bunk, that you are stating your opinion on the tools that are available in the market, but have you done a comprehensive study on the tools that are available in the market, checkmarks, for example, things like that, and show that your tool has the competitive advantage that you're talking about?
Sure. So I'll just use a tool that we really did the benchmark against, which is MobSF. I mean, I know I've been mentioning the name a lot. I personally really love the tool. When I first started mobile security, I've been utilizing it as well. So with more SF, what really happens is that they're just churning out all these tools, all these definitions, all these stuff that is coming out. But internally, we have a huge problem trying to propagate this to our, cybersecurity policies that we're supposed to follow. Oh, oops, sorry. Let me just share my screen again. So all the cybersecurity policies that we're trying to follow, but the key problem happens when, the mapping comes down. I had to spend like hours looking at different findings that's coming through. When we utilize our tool itself, it's able to do exactly what MoreSF is able to do, and yet we're able to add on customization. So that's, to us, was a value add point, especially so when it comes down to, cybersecurity market research, in a sense, of what you mentioned between the different tools that's available in the market. When we are comparing ourselves to a top leader like MoreSF, we're able to achieve what MoreSF is able to do, albeit perhaps it will take more time to just translate whatever rule set they have because they're open source into our platform, while we're able to expand this according to the user's usage.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I guess we're out of time for the questions. So thank you for the pitch, and dear members, thank you for your questions. And let us proceed to the next team in this section. And the next team in this section is actually also from Singapore. The project is called Cyberville, and Ashwini Naidu is from Singapore University of Technology and Design. What is important to mention also that unfortunately Ashwini could not participate in the pitch session herself, but she recorded her pitch, and we are still keeping the pitch so that she could compete in the People's Choice Award. So for the jury, this project is not valid for you to ask the questions and comment on, but we'll still showcase the project itself so that the project could compete for People's Choice. So please turn on the pitch.
Hi, my name is Ashwini Naidu, and today I'm going to be talking about the mobile application, Cyberville. So basically what Cyberville is that it's a habit-building mobile application designed to educate or remind mobile users about cybersecurity threats that they may be exposed to. The app uses a gamified approach enriched with simulated environments, tasks, and reward systems. So for the outline of this proposal, I am going to be talking about the problem, the solution to the problem, some prototyping, and the perceived future for our application. So firstly, about me. My name is Ashwini Naidu, and I'm currently an undergraduate at Singapore University of Technology and Design, and I'm doing a Bachelor of Engineering in Computer Science and Design. So firstly, the problem. So my project tackles the problem of mobile secure. So basically, according to Global System for Mobile Communications Association, there are now over 10.98 billion mobile connections worldwide, which surpasses the world population. But cybersecurity threats are constantly evolving and constantly changing. This means that there's a lack of a platform for users to learn and adapt to newly arising threats. And also our app has a very strong basis on gamification, so gamifying learning. So I'm going to be talking about the 3 aspects of gamification that we have incorporated into our application. So the first thing is the learning curve. So when you have a gamified application, the first thing that's super important to take into account is that the perceived skill of the user is always above the perceived challenge. Another thing to take note of is that the learning of the user is in between an anxiety area and in between a boredom area. So it's not too difficult and not too easy, so that they are able to learn at a steady rate and they won't give up so easily or they won't lose interest because it's too boring. And also that we progress through the levels at a sustainable pace. Yeah. Okay. Another thing that we take note when we use gamification in mobile applications is conditioning. So the first thing is that giving players a time limit. So this is what we need to train the people who are using our application in. So the first thing is time. So being able to complete a task within a time limit. Dexterity is being able to make quick decisions to fulfill that task. Endurance is being able to continuously tackle obstacles that comes at them. Memory, knowledge, expertise is being able to obtain and retain information that we are teaching them. Cleverness or logic is using your own skills beyond the knowledge that we are providing to tackle situations. And resource control is basically giving players a bunch of resources and then letting them use whichever resources needed to actually achieve their goals. Another part of conditioning is partial reinforcement. So how do we reinforce the knowledge that we want to be, how do we reinforce the knowledge that we want our users to retain? So using partial reinforcement, we will be able to reward players at different levels. So from going from level to level, we reward their skill increase, or we provide them with badges or other extrinsic rewards to show that, oh yeah, you did increase your skill and you did progress in our application. So that's what partial reinforcement means. And the last thing from gamification is communication. So our app really focuses on how we communicate to users, whether they have done something good or whether they have done something bad. So using visual aid and using reward systems, so communicating when they have failed or communicating when they have succeeded in a way is really important. Okay, so right now we will look through a video of the prototype.
Cyberville is a gamified mobile app that seeks to educate players on possible mobile security issues. Players have to complete and pass levels, rank up, and can even track their progress against others with our leaderboard. After logging in, users will see the world map, which they can use to visually check how much progress they have made in their learning. Each lesson will take place in a common location. For example, a cafe or a school. An example of a level would be the first one, which is at Cyberville Cafe. Users will play through a simulation of a cafe experience. Just like us, users have personal information they must keep secure. They will be given tasks to complete through this level and will be graded based on how securely they completed the tasks. We can see one task that has been given. A notification from a friend named Lily Mae McDonald. To see this notification, users can click on the phone, or the phone icon at the bottom of the screen. To start a task, users can go to the notification icon at the bottom of their screens. In this specific task, the user will click, Go to Bank. At the bank, the user will log in, and be able to transfer money to Lily Mae McDonald. Our app will guide and prompt users to use safe habits. After completing a task, users will be able to check how secure their personal information and network is. The home page of the simulated phone allows access to different applications and allows the user to choose between their Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, VPN, and cellular data options. To personalize this experience, users will be able to customize how their avatars look, from their skin tone to even their clothes. Users will also earn badges after achieving certain milestones. These badges can be shared on other social media platforms, for example Instagram. This allows us to commend and congratulate our users. Also, it can motivate others to try and earn their badges too. Other than intrinsic rewards, extrinsic rewards are important. Our app aims to collaborate with other mobile application services, such as VPN services, to provide rewards, like a subsidized subscription plan, or even free trials, to our mobile app users. Since everyone who is vulnerable to mobile security threats will already have a mobile phone, our app will be easily accessible to our target audience. We believe that the first step to strengthening mobile security is with the conscious effort of every mobile user. So let's keep ourselves secure with Cyberville.
So other than the application as it is right now, I'll be talking about the perceived future of our application. So the first thing that we have is scalability. So because cybersecurity threats are constantly evolving, having a scalable application is really important. So with our world map, we'll be able to extend our world map to tackle problems that are new and arising. And since mobile security threats are constantly evolving, Cyberville will allow us to keep one step ahead and secure our defense against cyber threats. And the last thing for our future that we perceive is collaboration. So since our application is an educational application, we feel like we can work with other technical applications to provide more information and it's like a guide to the technical application. So for example, Kaspersky itself has its very own antivirus and VPN applications that provide important services to mobile users. But mobile users might not know the benefits or the significance of using these mobile apps, and that's where our educational app comes into play. So Cyber will be able to work in collaboration with these apps to teach users on why they need these other applications and why it's important for them to keep their mobile phones secure. So with these collaborations, we believe that more people will be exposed to relevant services and will be more likely to indulge in a service that they understand. Okay, we will not be taking questions for today, but so that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for everybody who's listening. Thank you.
So yeah, thank you, Ashwini. A remote thank you for participating, at least with the pre-recorded pitch in our competition. And we'll proceed to the next team. And the next team consists also from one person, Paul Bryan. And the name of the team is The Cracker. Paul studies in the Dan Kamathi University of Technology, and he will tell you about the project, which is called Secur'IT app. Paul, hi, can you hear me? I guess you need to turn on the mic. Yeah?
My mic is on.
Yeah,
can
now,
you hear me
now
now?
I can hear you perfectly. It looks like the
All
connection
right.
improved. Are you ready to pitch?
Yeah, I'm very ready.
That is great. In that case, the floor is yours. You have 8 minutes.
All right, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on with the part of this technological world you are following this presentation. My name is Paul Bryan, and I'm presenting my solution. My system is called Secur'IT app, and this is under the fourth category, family care, and under the subcategory elderly care. So I'll go straight to the problem definition. So as technology grows, the same way also the perpetrators also, their skills also improve. So according to FBI in 2020, close to 1 billion was lost by the elderly to scamming schemes. Personally, I participated in a research by CyberSafe Foundation in Nigeria, where we were looking the vulnerability of elders in terms of security, and it was terrible. In Kenya, my country, where we use mobile money, there are a lot of issues where elders lose a lot of money. So I realized that this scams usually happens via phishing, smishing, quid pro quo, and also honey traps. So this is why I'm providing a solution, and this solution, as I've said, is called Secur'IT app. Wazee is a Swahili name for elders, and this is the mechanism of my solution. So as I've defined my problem, you realize that the elders are vulnerable through SMS application, call application, other chat applications, mobile money apps, and also banking money apps. So me, the cracker, I'm riding alone, and I want to provide a remedy to this solution. And I'm here to develop a system called the Secur'IT app. So this system will perform the following functions. It will scan mobile money apps and banking apps, and it integrates the two-factor authentication with them. These techniques will help in identifying any suspicious activities on the apps, as well as ensuring that the transaction on those platforms are only initiated and executed by the rightful owner. Also, it will classify and scrutinize and detect spams on text, which I'm going to demonstrate through my image prototypes. Also, the system will notify the receiver who is calling through speech response and record all the calls automatically. This call feature will aid the elderly with visual impairment to know the persons calling them. And also, this app will have a reminder section. In this section, the user will be able to add important reminders, for instance, official contacts of the bank, mobile money, reminder of not giving out secret data like PIN numbers and all that. And the technical implementation. So to implement this solution, the following techniques are going to be used to implement scam scrutiny and detection in message in both SMSs and other chat platforms. The first technique will scrutinize the URL in the text, and the second technique will classify the text contents and also extract efficient features of the text. In the event a spam is detected, a red alert button will be added to the message to warn the user of the possible maliciousness of the message. These techniques will be implemented using machine learning through backpropagation algorithm and also text-to-speech technique to aid in reading the message to the elders. Also, to implement the call feature, AI will be applied in the text-to-speech technique to inform the user of the details of the caller, and also standard public switched telephone network technology will be used to implement call recordings. To implement reminders, SMPL technology will be used, and also to implement security measures for mobile money apps and banks, and also the two-factor authentication technique and OTP. In this technique, knowledge factor, procession factor, biometric factor, and all that will also be used. So I want to show you. So you see, like my project is a new thing, and the scope is huge. So these are the stages of development. By the end of 2023 or before it ends, I want to have a minimum viable product. By the end of 2024, I have to have a refined platform which is improved than the earlier version. And then by 2025, my target is to have a full-scale system. Before I go to the prototype explanation, in implementing this system, the key partners here will be banks, mobile network service providers, and also the Justice Department. I'll tell you how the Justice Department of the government will be key. And also, I don't target a specific region. This is something that is going to be used worldwide. So there is no specific region that is targeted, but then I'm inspired by the situation in Kenya and in Nigeria. So this is like the home page of the system. And then you can see here. So as I mentioned earlier, the solution here that is being offered is to calls, chats, bank, and mobile money platforms. So here, after logging into this to the system, you are able to add your application. Is it a call app? You'll select the category call and add application which are already on your phone. Is it a chat app? You'll click and add. Is it a bank and mobile money platform? You'll click and add. And here is the feature of the chat. So you see, you have received the chat. So here, the first chat here is from Marilyn Doty. So it's saying, "Good morning, Grandpa. I will come to visit you during Christmas." So automatically, through the implementation, through the techniques that are going to be used here, this contact, Marilyn Doty, is on the grandpa's, on the user's phone book. So, and then the text is already analyzed. It has been verified. There is no URL link. And then what happens next is that when the text is seen to be safe, then the text is not flagged. As in the case of the second text, first of all, the number looks like it's not in the phone book, and then it has a malicious link. So you can see it has already been detected, and then it is red flagged. So on the call page, remember these are elders. So this is what happens. A call from the bank comes. This one is Barclays Bank. So it will ring, and then a voice will come, will notify the user that, for instance, if the number calling is in the phone book, you'll be told that you have a call from Barclays Bank. One, so Barclays Bank one is the name used to save the contact. This number has been detected as a genuine number from your phone book. Please answer the call. So that call looks safe. If the number is not saved, you are also alarmed. And then during all this session, there is recording. There is recording of all the call conversations that you are having with these implemented through SMPL tools. And then on the bank and mobile money app, so you are free to add the app. Is it Bit Mobile Money application or online bank application. So you need to add the application, and this is how it works. First of all, I say that the key partners here are banking and mobile money service providers. So for the bank and for the mobile money, there will be another layer of OTP. So apart from the OTPs that some banks provide, not all of them provide, before you initiate any transaction, there will be a second layer of the OTP from the system. Again, the system will enable you to see the transaction, the recent transaction that have happened, and also the same data is stored. You can retrieve it, and again, it will be telling you the location of the person who logged in. A simple scenario is that when you're using Instagram, for those who use Instagram, whenever you log to, you can check those who log to your Instagram account. So the same technique is I'm going to apply in implementing this system. So it's a transaction has taken place. What is going to happen is you can see where the location where the transaction took place, and then you can verify the latest transaction. So you can see if you are not sure of any transaction, you can always verify. And then the most important thing is that there is second layer of OTP. So somebody is trying to use his credential, your credential may be acquired through malicious ways to access your account. You are going to be notified. And then on the reminder part here is a very important thing. Remember, the elders, they have issues, they forget. So what is going to happen in this segment, the elders or through assistance, they can add important information. For instance, I should not give my bank PIN to anyone. So you set this reminder, you customize it, you can select the time, the daily time that you want to be reminded about this, so that you don't keep forgetting and falling to these perpetrators of social engineering.
Paul,
so
your time is over. Please wrap up.
And I'm done after that, please. Thank you.
Okay,
so
thank you.
I welcome questions. Okay.
Yeah, dear jury members, please your questions, if you have some. Igor, please.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. You mentioned SMPL technology for reminders. Can you please elaborate? I couldn't quite find details about that.
Sorry?
You mentioned SMPL technology for reminders. Could you please elaborate on that?
I said you're saying about the SMPL technology. All right. So for the reminders, I said that the SMPL technology will be used to convert the text. Remember, the reminders are typed, so they are converted to speech. So the reminders will be like, it will be read. Like, for instance, the one that I used to demo in my prototype, it was written, do not give your PIN. You are reminding this elder person that he or she should not give his or her PIN to anyone. So the reminder is typed, and then this MPL technology will now help in converting these into speech.
Okay, Moras, your question, please.
Yes, I see you're doing a lot of things, notifications, transactions, reminders, calling receiver. If you can identify only one thing of value proposition from your app, what will be that?
That will be bank and mobile money.
Should be what? Sorry.
I did get it. Can you repeat your question again, please?
Yes. So my question is, you have a ton of benefits and features inside your app, like reminders for the calls, for the SMS, for the OTP, many things. What if you can choose one of them that you can say, this is the one thing I would like to have in my app? What will be that?
that will be banks and mobile banking and the mobile money. That is what I'll concentrate on, because all these.
Not the terminology. I think not about terminology. Just mention some feature that you think is the most important.
Okay. So the most important feature here is about the transactions. So the second layer OTP, monitoring the recent transactions that are being displayed, and then thirdly, monitoring the location of those who have initiated the transaction, the location of where the transaction took place for this mobile banking and also mobile money platform.
Okay, thank you. Some more questions maybe? No, looks like we have no more questions. In that case, Paul, thank you very much for the presentation. And let's proceed to the final team that we actually have today. Final in this section and final in total. And the team's name is very ambitious. They call themselves Winners. And they represent 3 universities. So this is a blended team from Moscow and Kazan. Kazan National Research Technological University, Innopolis, and Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology. And their project is called the TAIL app. And the team members are Anna Marhaeva, Maxim Kishik, Dmitry Borisov, and Ilya Radomsky. So before the team starts, I'll just briefly tell you a bit about their project. So their project is called TAIL app because it's focused actually on dogs. And it's application that serves to make the user's life and the life of their beloved pets easier. The team's purpose was actually to make the user more aware about the state of the health of their dog. So they try to achieve this uneasy goal by analyzing dogs' behavior. And the team is actually ready. So they will talk about their project themselves. Hello, guys.
Hello.
Do you hear me well?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Are you ready for your pitch?
Yeah.
Great. In that case, who is going to start actually?
Me.
Okay, can you speak a bit louder because I hardly hear you?
Do you hear me now better?
Yeah, now it's better. So yeah, please, team, the floor is yours. You have your 8 minutes for the presentation. You may start right now.
Good afternoon, everyone. The team of Winners is here, and we are happy to present you our project TAIL app in the special nomination Family Care, Pet Care. According to Mars Pet Care Research, there are about 400 million pets in the world, a third of which are dogs. However, dogs suffer from a variety of diseases, the most common of which are worms and digestive problems. And we are glad to offer a solution, a web application for determining the disease of dogs. Today, there are many applications and services created for caring after pets. The largest of them are TT Care and 11 Pets and more. But our main competitor is SnapPool. However, the app doesn't have the features that we have. Our application doesn't require installation, a large amount of data input, and also provides instant results. The scheme of use is quite simple. If you suspect that your dog is ill, you take a picture of its poop and upload the photo to our web application. After processing the photo, you receive data on the health of the pet and recommendation from vet clinics if necessary, of course. Now you can see the architecture diagram of our application. Our web application could be divided into 2 parts, front-end and back-end. The front-end is built using the Vue.js framework, and the back-end also could be divided into 2 parts. the core of web application created using the Django REST framework, Unicorn, as well as the microservice with the AI was trained using AlexNet network. For the convenience of work as well as the deployment of the application, we use Docker and virtual hosting on the cloud. We also present a training scheme of our AI models. Training goes through the following stages. When data is collected, we pre-process it in order to make training process nice and smooth. This also increases accuracy of prediction. Next, the process of training the CNN takes place. For this stage, we have chosen the AlexNet. The last stage is testing the resulting neural network. The result of the work done is the following system. After uploading the photo, the data is pre-processed and sent to the filter. After the filter, there is a determination for the presence of two signs, the presence of blood and the parasites. The prediction is sent to the client on the front end. Our decision has an economic and scientific justification. There are a lot of smart toilets, research in the field of archaeology, research in the field of diseases, and all these studies also use AI to identify health problems in both humans and animals. We plan to commercialize our application through partnership with the private clinics, information about which we will post in our application, as well as through receiving grants for the implementation of scientific research in the related field of medicine and AI. As a scaling, we see the possibility of adding of support chat, the possibility of interacting with the customers via email, as well the implementation of request queue. Also, we are going to add more diseases. Now you can see mechanism of work of our application. Firstly, we try to upload photo without any poop. We make a photo and send it to server. And the app says that it doesn't see any poop. Now we take real photo, also upload it. And our app says that our dog is healthy. Once again, I would like to summarize our advantages. Our solution is a web application that doesn't need to be downloaded, and you can use functionality of the application without any registration. Also on slide, you can see links on our app. And thank you for your attention. Now we are ready to answer your questions.
Igor, me?
Dmitry.
Okay. Let me start. So why only dogs? What about cats? Because the same scheme is also applicable for cats, first of all. And why web application? Because for maybe 5 last years, the main trend is to have native application on mobile.
Dmitry, me. I think firstly, it's hard to find data with poops of different animals, and clinics don't share data sets, and it was really hard and pretty disgusting to find photos with special disease. Firstly, there are not a lot of these pictures, and very small number, yeah. And because there was biggest number with dogs, so we chose dogs. And the second part was about native application. We just didn't have experience of creating native application, but we started thinking about making Telegram bot with IOgram on Python. But in future, we think about continuing.
I also would like to answer your question. And we made web application because in our country now, there are several limits to download mobile application. And if you we made web application, and you don't need to download it. You can use it now, right now.
So clear. Thank you, guys. Cool project, awesome idea, and the technology is really so it's working. I suppose you have proof of concept also.
Igor, I guess it's your turn now.
Thank you. Well, AlexNet is a convolutional neural network, and obviously you need a pretty big data set to train on. Where did you get it?
Okay, thank you for your question. We used AlexNet because it's very simple. It's just baseline. We can use another pre-trained convolutional network, and if you have you will have more data, we will use another convolutional network from 20 years and more high years, because AlexNet it's very old model. It's just a baseline.
Okay, but you still need the data set.
No, personally, I was collecting photos on the internet. Because it was we didn't start cooperation with vet clinics, but if we'll continue, we definitely will use this opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'll probably ask like pretty the same question, but everyone is interested. Like, what is like the size of that data set? Because we all understand that there are limits, and you say that you were just like doing that manually. So, what is the size of the data set of the samples that are actually used right now to train the model?
About no, there is less than 100 in every group. It's the main problem of our project. We looked at our competitors, and they did cooperation with vet clinics, and it's less than 100 in every group.
And do you think that in such do you think that in such case you can somehow estimate the precision of like the answers of your model? So how did you estimate the results?
Okay. Do you answer us about accuracy of our model? Yes. We made just baseline, and accuracy of our model was about 80%. But now we think about new feature that can be improved. That such detection the object on the photo, and to cut it to make accuracy well. Could I answer your question?
But I want to add that we chose the most easiest ideas that we detect. Now we detect blood and parasites, so it's comparable easy. But we looked at studies where you could say something about health of dog by color, by constant, and other.
And like
So we
the last
just need
question,
a
sorry.
bigger data set.
Yeah, the last question. So have you compared are there any actual cases that you found that like the owner couldn't visually understand that something is wrong?
Yeah, I guess
Could
Dmitry is
you
down,
repeat your
but
question
the
again?
question was, his question was if you had any case whether the owner really couldn't estimate that something is wrong with his pets with visual observation and had to use the recognition for those factors.
We haven't used it now in our application because we haven't finished it, but we started collecting data set with with dogs with health problems. So, but we haven't tested it on real people. I mean, on real owners. So we can't say that it helped somebody yet.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else wants to ask a question? I guess Dmitry is back, but have you heard the
Yes,
answer?
I'm back, but I missed all the answer.
They didn't try it yet on real people.
Okay.
Okay, good. Somebody else? The question? No?
I think I'll just ask a quick question. I think I don't know. I'm not sure whether I missed it, but in your demo, it looks to me like you can identify whether it's a pool or not a pool yet for now, but not really whether there is diseases and so on. What's the accuracy of that?
Sorry, could you repeat the question again, please?
In the demo earlier, it looks to me like your app is identifying whether a picture or camera image that you've taken is a pool or is not a pool, but not really whether a pool has diseases or does not have one, or have identify whether there's a problem based on a pool. So, what's the accuracy of that diagnosis at the moment?
What is accuracy for not just detecting, but also for detecting disease?
Yes, yeah. What's the accuracy of the diagnosis at the moment?
Do you have this number now?
If you answer us about accuracy of found disease,
yeah.
Okay, we have accuracy about 80%. I said it's yet, and we used the AlexNet model.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we're done with the questions. And this was the last project to pitch. So the team, thank you very much for your presentation. Jury members, please stay in the room because we'll come to you there to discuss the results. And before I introduce our next speaker with the lecture, I want to remind you that this moment is the last one when you may select your favorite for the People's Choice Award. So please follow the QR code or follow the link in the chat and vote for your favorite project that will be awarded. The winner of this nomination would be awarded with the People's Choice Awards, Secur'IT Cup 2022. now that I remind you, so after, I guess, like maybe in 3 minutes, we will close the voting on this nomination, and we'll announce the winner after the lecture by my colleague. So now I want to introduce you the next speaker, who is going to talk to you about cyber immunity. So this is actually Alexander Wieniawski, who is the technology evangelist at Kaspersky. Alexander, hello.
Hi, hello.
Hello. So I give the floor to you so that you could tell our audience about cyber immunity. Is it real or is it utopic? And we'll be back after you finish.
Yes, thanks a lot. Hello to everyone. And I'm Alexander Wieniawski. I'm technology evangelist at Kaspersky OS team. I'm responsible for promotion of cyber immunity topic and the topic of Kaspersky OS. So today I will tell you a few words, a brief overview of cyber immunity. So why today it's high time to think about cyber immunity. Is cyber immunity reality or is it utopia? And what exactly is cyber immunity? So let's start. First of all, I would like to say that I guess all of you know that the world has changed. Yes. So today, for example, in regard of unique malware samples per day, we can say that we see a tremendous growth of new unique malware samples per day. So if in 2008 we talked about approximately 15,000 samples per day, so in this year it was really a huge number of 400,000 unique malware samples per day. That's the first trend I'd like to mention here. And the second trend here is that the number of connected devices is growing as well. So by 2025, we expect approximately 27 billion connected devices. So what does it mean that the world has changed? If talking more concrete, it means that the architectural concepts that are used in today's IT systems are obsolete. So, for example, most of modern IT systems are based on operating systems with so-called monolithic kernel. It means that this monolithic kernel has really lots of code inside, so millions of lines of code, and so it has really huge attack surface. Second point here is that information security industry today works mostly reactively. So it means that when a new vulnerability appears, information security industry should provide a new types of protection from these vulnerabilities, and it means that we have a constant race between hackers and between information security industry. And the third point is that today security actually is not a priority for developers. For example, if we're talking about in Internet of Things industry, so for IoT devices, security is not the top priority, and it means that IoT devices, for example, are really vulnerable to cyber threats. And the fourth point I'd like to mention here that today, when we are talking about security, we are talking about safety aspect as well. So, for example, if we take this quite new example, this cyber attack at an Iranian steel mill that happened June of this year. So we can see what happened as a result of this cyber attack. So it looks quite dangerous, in my opinion. Yes. All this thing provide us some knowledge, yes, about that we need to shift the paradigm, and we need to create systems that are cyber immune. So the system that are secure, let's say, by design. So what cyber immunity here means? It means that we have innate protection from both known and completely new types of cyber attacks. And cyber immune system means that we can guarantee that the tasks that are set to system are fulfilled under any circumstances, even under attack. Let's see how cyber immunity becomes possible. To provide these properties, cyber immunity solution should be based on 3 principles. So first principle is so-called minimalism. It means that trusted code should contain as few lines of code as possible to provide a smaller attack surface. The second principle is isolation. It means that we should isolate components from each other, and it means that in cyber immune solution we create so-called security domains, and we set all our components in these security domains, and these security domains do not interact directly with each other, but they interact only with so-called microkernel. And the third principle here is so-called interaction control. It means that all interactions inside the system should be controlled by a special module, which is called security monitor. And this module should provide so-called verdict whether each interaction is allowed or not. So if we combine all these 3 principles, we get this secure solution using untrusted components. So even if we have one single component that is compromised due to isolation, due to interactions control, and due to minimalism, the attack will not be able to spread to other components of the system. And to provide these cyber immune solutions, we need an environment. We have such environment, which is called Kaspersky OS operating system. It's an effective tool that allows us to create cyber immune products in an effective way. So our Kaspersky OS operating system has proprietary microkernel. It contains approximately 100,000 lines of code inside. It's based on state-of-the-art and let's say secure architectural approaches like Mills and Flask, and it is also POSIX compatible. So this microkernel operating system is an effective tool to create cyber immune products. And now let's say in more details how exactly cyber immune approach can be applied. So to do this, let's have a look at a real story, a real project that we have with our customer, and this is a real digitalization story. So first of all, let's go a bit deeper to the context. So this is the plant, the customer that produces cables. This is the environment that we have inside the plant. And talking more concrete, the customer is called Moskabelmet. It's one of the leaders on the local market, and it produces cabling and wiring products, and it provides and ships these products to 12 countries around the world. And these cables have so-called lead shell that is used for cabling products. Yes, and then Yeah, and that's by the way an example of the end product of the customer. So it's really huge cable, and it was really interesting and really unexpected that it is so heavy. It's approximately 10 kilograms when I tried to weight it. Yeah, and now let's get back to the business case. So we had a project with the customer, and initially the customer had the following situation. So once a month, administrator from the customer side collected information from the warehouse about this consumption that is used for lead shell application line, and then he manually entered this information directly to ERP system. And as a result, because of these manual processes, business users like management of the plant had once a month phone sourced information, let's call it like this, about the total consumption of lead. So the customer understood that they need to become more digital. They need to digitalize their processes. So we implemented a solution, a digital solution here. And as a result, what we made exactly? We collected data directly from this lead shell application line. To do this, we used our CyberImmune gateway. It's a gateway that collects special parameters that are inside this lead shell applications line, like cable diameter, like average weight of the cable, like lead density, etc. And then the CyberImmune gateway sent collected data directly to ERP system. And this information was collected and sent in real time. So as a result, the business users had actual information about real material consumptions. And they understood how much material is consumed for scrap, how much for machine commissioning, how much for good quality end product. And as a result, they had real-time information about it. And based on this information, they managed actually to optimize the technological process and as a result, reduce the consumption of material of lead. So they had this report, and based on this report, they understood what technological processes are performed not in effective way. And as a result, they managed to optimize these processes, and they managed to reduce lead consumption by 6 tons per month per one line. So is it big or small? Of course, it depends, but here we are talking about only one line and only 1 month. So after scale, this number will be much bigger. Now let's get back to our cyber immunity here, and let's say what about cyber risks. So when we are talking about digitalization, it is often goes together with cyber risk, because we collect data, which means that if an attacker, a hacker can break into the system, he can compromise the data and he can perform some bad stuff, let's say. And let's look what exactly the attacker can do if for example, if we imagine that we used a regular gateway instead of our CyberImmune gateway. So first of all, the attacker can break into a corporate network. Actually, it is not really difficult. He can do it, for example, via printers, via corporate printers. He can go into a corporate network. And then when the attacker is inside the corporate network, he can use one exploit to get full administrator rights under this regular gateway. Why is it so easy? Because, as I said, IoT devices are created more in functional priority. So security is not as a priority for most IoT devices, which means that they have hundreds of vulnerabilities. So for example, you can use vulnerability in management console module of gateway, and then after using this vulnerability, he can get full control over device, and then he can do almost everything with this device. For example, he can send incorrect values, incorrect parameters to the ERP system, and as a result, we get untrusted information, which can lead to fraud scenario and something like that. Or the second possible option here is that the attacker can encrypt the information on machines, and as a result, we can have a so-called ransomware case. So we have here a long downtimes of these machines, of this application line, and a huge ransom. So not really good situation, right? And it means that we not have all opportunities that we wanted to have with digitalization, but instead we got huge critical cyber risks. That's why we use our cyber immune approach here. And here you can see how these three principles that I mentioned before are working here in this solution. So in this case, for example, I will explain how isolation property here, isolation principle here works. If the attacker, for example, managed to see and to find vulnerability inside this management console module, even if the attacker managed to hack it, due to isolation, he will not be able to spread the attack on other components. And as a result, the attack will stop here, and it will stay inside this component. And as a result, the whole system, the whole cyber immune gateway, will continue to perform its main tasks, which means that all these scenarios that I mentioned, like collecting untrusted data from ERP system and fraud scenario, like accessing physical infrastructure, like stopping the line and having these ransomware cases. All this stuff is not possible at all due to this cyber immune approach. So actually, it's a pilot project that I said, and as a result, our customer decided to scale this solution and to lay down this approach on other plants of this Moskabelmet group, and actually they managed to understand that cyber immune approach provides them business benefits, and it reduces all critical cyber risks to a minimum level. So now what can you do next to learn more about cyber immunity? Here I entered three codes, QR codes. So first of all, if you would like to learn more about cyber immunity and our Kaspersky OS operating system, you can visit our development page. You can download Kaspersky OS SDK and try it out and to see how it works. And you can take an online course and to learn more about cyber immunity, to learn more about Kaspersky OS. So please, if you would like to learn more, you can visit these links. So in general, I tried to explain what cyber immunity is, why it is necessary today, why it's high time to think about it now. And thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for your question, sorry for your attention. Thanks a lot for your interest in the topic. And now we can go to a small question session. If you have questions, I will be glad to answer them. Thanks.
Estimate is better.
Sorry? So we have several questions. So the first question is the following. Is it really possible to protect laptop against malwares that not yet invented? How? Yes, cyber immune approach allows us to protect not only from existing malwares, but also from malwares that are not existed. First of all, I would like to say that laptop, that cyber immune approach now, it is not applied to a laptop as is. So it's quite complicated system to provide cyber immunity for laptop, but we are moving to this direction. For example, today cyber immunity is used in thin client. So we have cyber immune thin clients. It's endpoint devices that are used for virtual desktop infrastructure, for example, and this solution is used in banks, for example, and it has quite broad functionality, but it's still not a full personal laptop, so it's not so broad. But getting back to the question, how it is possible to protect from not invented malwares. To do this, we are using so-called security monitor that I mentioned in my presentation. And in this security monitor, we have special security policies that are that allow only a certain communications. And if this communication is not in the list that is allowed by the security monitor blocks and denies this communication. It means that we can provide a short list, or not a short list, just only communications that are possible. And if, for example, a new malware appears and this malware asks security monitor to provide this new communication type, which is not in the list, it will deny it. So security monitor will block it. And it means that new vulnerabilities will not be able to spread inside the system. So because of these three principles, we protect also from unknown malwares. So it's about the first question. How can we access the course in English, and is it a free course or paid? Unfortunately, by now the course is only available in Russian language, so it is for free, but by now only in Russian. We have plans to spread, to make our courses in English as well. But by now, if you would like to learn more about Kaspersky OS, you can visit our development page. You can, if you have questions, there is a technical support. You can try to use it, and you can also see some guides. Development guides. We have quite a lot of documents here, so you can start learning cyber immunity and Kaspersky OS with this. Why cyber immunity concept wasn't used before? So yeah, it's good, really good and interesting questions. Thank you. Actually, I would say that the thing is that that all approaches that are used today were developed really a long time ago. So, for example, in the previous century, in 80s years of the previous century, and at that time the world was really different to the one that we are living today. It was quite much more secure. It was there were not so many connected devices here, and that's why the approaches that are used still today, were enough in the world that we lived this long time ago. Yes, so for example, monolithic kernel was quite good when it was just invented, because it was quite it provided quite good productivity, let's say. So it was quite fast, and that time microkernel concept was not so good. It had problems. So in general, I would say that cyber immunity concept wasn't used before, because the world was different and the concepts that were used were enough. Now we have different trends, we have different situation, and that's why today cyber immunity is necessary. Will Kaspersky OS be sold for computers or only like a software? Is it on sale already? Now Kaspersky OS and CyberImmune approach are focused mostly on specialized devices for IoT, for example, and for, as I mentioned, thin client for virtual desktop infrastructure. But as I said, we are also focused to make it more generic, so to make cyber immunity available for more general devices like smartphones, like laptops. But now, yes, it's more for more specialized devices with specialized and some limited functionality. And yes, and now Kaspersky OS is available already. For example, first of all, you can try SDK. It is available now. It's our community edition SDK for educational purposes, and we have commercially available products based on Kaspersky OS, and these products are IoT Gateway. We have 2 IoT gateways now, and CyberImmune Thin Client as the endpoint for virtual desktop infrastructure. So yeah, Kaspersky OS is already available. Is it possible to resort to a method where you can create a dictionary where threats that have already been found will be recorded? Then the program will be able to compare harmful software with threats found easier. It will take less time. Sorry, didn't quite get the question. Maybe you can reformulate it in somehow to make it more clear, because by now I'm not quite sure that I understand what you mean. Okay, so this was the last one, the last question. If you can make it more clear, I think we can answer this question in a text form. But by now, yes, if we don't have other questions, so that's all from my side. Thanks again for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander, and thank you for answering the numerous questions. We actually, together with the judges, are back from the discussion on the appointing the winning teams, and we're actually ready to announce the winners. But before we do that, I would ask our chair of today's jury, Igor, to comment a bit on the projects that we had and maybe give some feedback to our today's participants. Igor, please. Igor, could you turn on the sound, please?
I did.
Yeah, now good. Oh, good.
Okay, thank you. I can see that it wasn't easy. We were estimating projects from absolutely different areas, starting from pet care and ending with cybersecurity. And well, that was hard to estimate. What I can say is that we really prized deep research that was done behind the projects. Well, of course, doing research in chess anti-cheating, well, that was solid. And of course, neural nets are all the hype. That's definitely very, very interesting how we can apply it in real world. And of course, beside just research, it was very important to see if there was an actual implementation. It's not just good to have an idea. The best projects always have a working POC and actually an MVP. Like with the hygiene platform for mobile security, we see that there is a real product behind that. And we had to juggle all that and finally decide which products are the best. Well, I hope that we did a good job. And I think that we're ready to announce the final winners.
Okay, thank you very much, Igor, for the feedback. I hope it will help our further participants of the next competitions. But before we do announce the winners of the main nomination, I want to remind you that we had the People's Choice Award. And as we close the voting before Alexander's lecture, currently we already have the results. And I would like to ask the production team to show us who is actually the winner in the People's Choice Award. And our congratulations to the team OVO with the project OTKA that won the People's Choice Awards. Guys, congratulations to you. And our managers will get connected to you after the finish of today's competition in order to send you away the gifts from Kaspersky, which you would receive as the winners of this team. And now it is time to announce the actual winners who would take the top 3 places in our today's competition. I'm going to announce them from back to the forward. So now, first of all, let's take a look at the team who took the 3rd place. And the team who took the 3rd place is Maya AI with their projects in a nomination Family Care for Financial Security in MENA region. Congratulations, guys. Now, the 2nd place. And the 2nd place goes to Zlata from St. Petersburg with her project Think Like a Cheater, Live Like a Cheater, dedicated to the anti-cheating tool for the chess players. And the 1st place, finally, is No Hats. My congratulations to the team. It was actually, I guess, maybe the 5th time you participated. Yeah, Bunk, you finally did it.
Yes. Hurrah! I did it.
You definitely did it. Now I'm, please, your word, as you finally, it was your last chance actually to try to win the first place. Yeah, correct?
This is my last year actually. Last year that I could participate because I'll be 27 in another 6 days. So I just have 6 days. This is my last 6 days before I could participate before I'm 26. Yeah. It's crazy. I really want to, I don't know, I mean, to sum it up, the first time when I participated in the Secur'IT Cup was in 2019, back in Portugal, when I met everybody. And when Danny first told me, hey, better luck next year, I came back in 2020. I came back again in 2021. Every single year I got second. I think I was the closest in 2020. I don't know. I feel really emotional right now. Crazy.
Aww.
Best. That's on my last year. Finally, I mentioned to it.
So actually, would you advise the rest of the participants who didn't manage to take the first place or maybe the top 3 places today to keep participating as you did?
Yes, definitely. It took me 4 years. This is my 4th year joining the competition. It took me 4 years. If you're gonna go for 4 years, you're gonna get it. Just keep innovating, keep coming up with new ideas. As you head into new territories, your ideas will just become better. I mean, it sounds like a lot of preaching right now, but I'm just really excited. This is great. Thank you so much, Evgenia.
No, it's great, and thank you very much for keep not losing the grip and keep trying, because yeah, here we are. Congratulations again with the first place. And I guess for today, you should call Matthew. He would be happy as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell Matthew. Guy owes me a drink. He ditched me for the last presentation. He owes me.
Okay, thank you, Peng Fei, and have a good night tonight. And I guess with this, it's time for us also to remember that we had a special nomination in family care, which we need to announce as well. And the winners in the special nomination family care are the winners. The team that ambitiously call themselves winners with their tail up and the application that's going to improve the quality of life of the dogs and the dog owners. Congratulations, guys, with your winning in the special nomination. And with that, I feel like my job here is over, and we may wrap up the whole competition. So just several final words. We ran the competition Secur'IT Cup for 5 years already, and I don't think that we're going to stop running it sometime soon. So please join us next year. Think of new innovative cybersecurity projects, participate in regional activities, go to the finals, and try to win as Peng Fei did. If you don't win this time, you may try again. Congratulations to the winners. Big thanks to the judges and to the viewers whom we had today. I hope you enjoyed these several hours with our team, and I hope you'll join us next time. Have a very good evening or the rest of the day, and see you next year. Bye-bye.